Happy Tuesday to everyone. So it is exactly 3 o'clock. I'll call the meeting to order. Looking around, I believe we're only missing 3 members, so we have quorum here. Board Member Cooper is on the way. Dr. Lewis will not be with us this time around, and Board Member Hildreth is walking in now, so perfect. I will read the appeal statement for us here. Pursuant to provisions of Section 2.68.030 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, please take notice that decisions of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County Community Oversight Board may be appealed to the Chancery Court of Davidson County for review under a common law writ of cert. Any appeal must be filed within 60 days after entry of a final decision by the board. Any person or entity or other entity considering an appeal should consult with an attorney to ensure that time and procedural requirements are met. Thank you. Next, we'll move on to the approval of our minutes. We should all have a copy of them in front of us here. Do I have a motion to accept the minutes?
So moved.
Mr. Sweeney, seconded by Chief Turner. Thank you. Any focused discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Abstention? The motion passes. Thank you. Next, I want to welcome Ms. Hadley. Right before, however, I want to do some quick housekeeping notes on the mics. And so, as you can see, we've moved up a bit on the technology and the space in front of us. Just want to point out, in front of each of you, you have a black button next to the mic that is in front of you, or even the one that's somewhat close to you. Please, once you've been acknowledged, press that button. It'll take a little bit of rhythm for us to get used to it. And then once you've completed, please cut it off. It's important to do that for our technician right behind us, who is helping and facilitating the recording here. And I also want to say that you trusted me last week. I promise you, by the time we complete our interviews here and break, there will be something for sustenance here delivered, a warm to take care of everyone, right? Not just the board, but for the community. So don't tweet it out, and then I had all of Nashville in here waiting on a slice of pizza. That's going to be sad. But we are ready for a very, I'm sure, will be a productive evening. And with that, I welcome Ms. Wanda Hadley from Metro HR.
Thank you, Chair Davis. Good afternoon, board members. How are you today? Wonderful. We're very, very happy to be here. I want to take you through just an abbreviated recap of the interview orientation that we went through last week. We are going to see 3 finalists today. You have the order in front of you. The first person is going to be Diana Queen, and then Christopher Clossy, and then Dr. Frederick Van Dusen. You will be seeing them in that order. There are questions that we cannot ask, anything about them personally, about themselves, their spouse or partner, their family, anything individually about them. You have 7 questions. I just want to go back through those very quickly and reiterate who has which question. We're going to ask them in the same order as with the other 2 candidates. You all have your questions ready. Ms. Davis, you are going to ask the first question. Ms. Ross, you have the second question. Chief Turner, you have the third question. Mr. Campbell-Gooch, you have the 4th question. Mr. Martinez, you're number 5. Ms. Hildreth, you're number 6. And Mr. Holloway, you have number 7. And we are going to ask them in that order. Again, as like before, you are free to ask follow-up questions, clarifying questions as you see fit. I will, again, keep a watch on the time. We still want to target 1 hour for each candidate so that we are equal with the previous 2 candidates that you saw. So if I see we're going a little bit long, I will jump in and at that point say that we need to keep moving forward so we don't run out of time. And then if we have time at the end, we will give the candidate an opportunity to make any final comments that they have. And I believe that is it. We will see our first candidate at 3:15. So we're a little bit after 3:05 at the moment, so I'm going to run out and see if she is here. Do you have any questions about the process of what I described today or based on last week? Anything? Everybody good? In your binder, you have the schedule. You also have the executive director job posting, and you have the applications and resumes of all of the candidates. So even though we'll be interviewing 3 today, I want to remind you that there are 5, the 3 for today and the 2 from last week, that we will be discussing afterwards. I'm assuming, Chair Davis, that after the 3rd candidate, we'll take a break, as we did before.
Absolutely.
And then we'll come back and start discussion and deliberation on the candidates.
And Ms. Hadley, could you, just for the board's awareness, that all of the 3 candidates we're going to see today, we've had background reference checks?
Yes.
So that everyone's aware of that, okay.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. We had background checks come back on all of them, and we also had the references come back to us as well. So I have that information, if you have questions about that when we get into our deliberation period. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then one other thing that I want to say that we said last week, with the, we are going to look for a consensus ranking of the 5 candidates. So who is your preferred candidate and so on. And with that, then HR will take on, starting tomorrow, contacting that candidate and starting, salary information, negotiations, those types of things. Okay?
Mr. Sweeney?
Yes.
Yes, I presume we haven't gotten any further information on the other 2 candidates.
Sweeney, could you press your button?
Yes.
I presume we have not gotten any other information on the first 2 candidates?
No, we have not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then how do we talked about having a little bit of a logistical challenge
Yes.
with the name tents up on top of the rim.
Yeah. Yes, especially for those that are as vertically challenged as I am, in baby arms, as I call them, on me. So I will keep a watchful eye and do a bit more panning here. If by chance for instance, Ms. Ross, I know you're at a bit of a corner here with me. If you have been waiting or I seem to be in a blind spot, please feel free to turn on your mic and just say, Chair Davison, I'm happy to acknowledge you.
And I have Ms. Marsh.
Ms. Marsh, okay, perfect. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Yes, and if you go to ask a question and I can't hear you, that means your mic's not on. So I will probably jump in and ask you to turn your mic on. And then again, if there are too many mics on at the same time, it causes feedback. So again, a reminder to, when you finish your question and we move on to the next one, to turn your mic back off. All right. Anything else?
I don't think so. Anything?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Kind of new to this space. If for some reason you can't make it through the full 3 hours of interviews and you need to use the restroom, if you'll come over here, I'll just take you up the stairs and we can make sure you know where the facilities are. But they're back behind here up the stairs. And if you come over and see me, I'll show you where they are.
Great.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect.
All right, so I'm
Thank
going
you.
to step out and see if our first candidate is here.
Perfect. Thank you. And let me use this short period of time here just as a soft reminder. So Friday, May 17th, I hope everyone still has that time or a date on their calendar. Is the date for the NACO regional meeting, scheduled for essentially all day. I believe it has an 8 a.m. start time going into the evening of 5 p.m. It's open to the public as well, and I'll try to say that a few more times, and maybe we'll even send out a reminder, but I thought that would be important. They did have a conference call earlier today, and I'll be honest with you, was on my calendar and I literally got swept up in my morning, so I missed it, but I will find, I don't know if Marcus, you were on the call either? Okay, so I'll find someone who can give me a readout as well and do a better job of, like we talked about, passing the ball here when I can't be there to our first anti as well, so. Any questions about the email that we got just before the meeting with the overview that Mr. Floyd sent out? Any comments, thoughts? Okay, and so if you haven't had a moment to see it, we got it around the 2 o'clock hour. It was just simply sharing an overview of the latest developments on the Hill here and for everyone's awareness, so. Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Community Oversight Board members, have a seat. Do you need any paper?
I have some with me. May I?
Yes,
I'd like just to get that out. Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Is she getting some more? Thank you. Perfect.
Ms. Queen, how this will go is the board members have a series of questions that they're going to ask you. They also have the opportunity, after you answer, to ask clarifying or follow-up questions. If you are asked a question that you need repeated or need a clarification on, please feel free to do that. At the end, with a little bit of time that we have left, we'll give you an opportunity to make some final comments or statements as you see fit. And if the board is ready, we will start with our chair, Ashley Davis, who has the first question.
How are you?
Fine.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, thank you for joining us here this afternoon, Ms. Queen. We'd like to begin with the first question by asking you to share with us, if you would, how you feel your education and professional experience has prepared you for the Community Oversight Board Executive Director role.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Davis. As I said, good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity to be here today and to participate in this interview process for the executive director's position. And I would start by saying that I have had a lifetime of working certainly in the broad areas of policing and with justice and advocacy, as well as working in the area of community and restorative justice, which is procedural justice. So in the broad perspective of things, that type of experience over the past 3 decades of my employment career, have been surrounded by many of the issues and many of the topics and many of the intricacies, actually, that are involved in community oversight. I think that beginning with, my education of where I attended Marshall University, and then subsequently that, began my official career, into policing after I finished college. then I began my first position within a city police department. And that was my first experience in law enforcement. And then after that, I had an opportunity to be a part of the Kentucky State Police and attended, an academy graduate of the Kentucky State Police, becoming a trooper and detective there. And as well as working with a really broad variety, of citizens, within the communities, different communities too. Within city policing, right? There's a lot of different type of policing that is done. And with state police, it's certainly a different style of policing that you are involved with. I think that as well, those two pieces particularly, I think, speak to the law enforcement experience that I, specifically have. And then after that, then I spent after the Kentucky State Police, I took a moment to reevaluate. I think what I learned through that experience that my passion and my vocation was really in justice and advocacy. And situations that, anything that surrounded the issues of justice and fairness and, the diversity and inclusion and all of those topics seem to really define, I've kind of grew into that, I think, into my career. And then after I decided, I think at that point, I had an opportunity during that transitionary time where I began to work with some attorneys who I knew, just personally, who came to me and asked me to oversee and to look at some of the cases that they have that involved some very serious, allegations. And they were both not misdemeanor crimes, but felony crimes, and as well as serious felonies. They were capital cases where the death penalty was involved, and I had an opportunity there to to review those cases. And I did that several times for them, basically just knowing them and just giving basically good advice to begin with. But that became more serious, and then I was asked to do some contractual work, actually, for the Department of Public Advocacy. And then through that engagement, I did some cases contractually with them where I provided I would review the cases, I would look at the police investigations that were involved, and I would look at certain aspects of the case, or, there were legal theories that they would be developing, or they would be some type of legal theories they were looking at, and they would ask me to comment about what I thought about that. And so I would I would provide my opinion and explanations, sometimes not always agreeing with perhaps their opinion, but just really trying to explain, how certain investigations, how they shaped up and why they occurred this way and what the procedural pieces were, and which was very helpful, I think, for them. And then I was invited to come to the Department of Public Advocacy and to where I started in the post-conviction unit there. And I looked at their capital cases, within the post-conviction unit. And those capital cases involving serious felonies, but a majority of them capital cases where the death penalty was involved. And where they were looking, these were post-trial. So, after the person's already imprisoned and already, involved, imprisoned. And then to look at both mostly factual pieces of investigation, but sometimes constitutional issues too, or the legal issues that would kind of blend in or, might have, touched the factual aspects of the criminal investigation. The other part was after the post-trial conviction my assignment there, I was asked to come to the trial division. I was invited to come to the trial division, which is where the cases are actually going on at the time. You know, they're preparing for trial. These are all the processes of the person's been arrested, and then at that point, the public defender is assigned, a particular case, and through that experience, I was participating in the trial preparation. I was meeting with clients. I was, in all aspects of it. The witness investigations, the looking at crime scenes, the entire aspect of everything actually that has to do with what you would normally do in a police investigation, but from a very different lens. And I would like to add, I'd like to just back up for a moment just to say, when I first made that transition from policing into working with the public defender's office, that was really huge, actually. And I had to give that a moment, to really think that through about what that really meant, both from values and, the way that I, looked at investigations, the way I personally felt about that, from working with victims and victims' families, and as a police officer, a very different role in protection and serving, but then switching, with a little bit of time in between, making that transition and what that really meant. But it really was a stretch, and I think an incredibly valuable part of my personal growth as just as a person, but professionally, it was a much broader, I grew a great deal. I learned a great deal about that broader perception of everything. And I learned that through that, that I learned the other side of the story. And I also learned about, how the defense goes about what they do, how the prosecution goes about what they do, but also the systemic aspects of families and access to justice and, just the caseloads that public defenders and prosecutors and everyone in the legal work group, really has such challenges to meet. And from there, during the time that I was with the Capital Trial Unit, the Department of Public Advocacy decided to create the Kentucky Innocence Project. And so during that portion of, I was asked to be a part of that team to help create that, actually, and from its inception. And there were 3 of us that began that project at the Department of Public Advocacy. We built that from the ground up. We, where there were cases of factual innocence, where that we would look at, we had to actually look and create all of the processes for the entire unit to exist, within the Department of Public Advocacy, the administrative processes, the policy pieces of it, the criteria for how cases, would come to the Department of Public Advocacy, to the Innocence Project. We would meet, we had a criteria that we established, for those cases to be accepted. And then from there, we also reached out into the community, and this was a really strong piece of community connection, because at this point, we are connecting this with 3 Kentucky law schools. And within those, so within the state. And within that, we had to meet, educational criteria that the universities set, for us to be able to actually engage with third-year law students and to have this to be a part of their university law school. And so we established all of those, community pieces that were a part of that as well, and the university aspects of it. From there, we accepted a certain, once it was established and we, interviewed, we screened, and we created the criteria. Then from there, we accepted a certain number of cases per year, normally about 20 cases per year on average. And we screened, we interviewed all the persons that were involved in those cases. We worked those cases to a satisfaction, either that these were founded, and there was, the allegations were founded, or they were unfounded, and we would close the case at that point. So that is, a good portion of certainly involving with the Innocence Project. After I worked altogether during the course of the time that I was with the Department of Public Advocacy. I became engaged through the Innocence Project. I became a policy analyst. And during that piece, that was when I was a part of the National Innocence Network. I was the policy analyst that was connected with our particular project. And we were able to create and look at national policies involving issues what they call red flags, which are certain types of convictions or certain types of issues that exist within the criminal justice system where the individuals were where there were certain aspects, be it forensic or some type of procedural issue or some type of eyewitness misidentification, certain types of issues that would exist perhaps in the criminal justice system where there was need for change in legislation and policy. And that we would nationally as a network, look at those specific issues, decide exactly how those would be best addressed, and how that some of those issues would affect, marginalized communities, deeply affect marginalized communities, and you could see certain trends that would exist within that. And so our job and my job was to watch those policy issues across the country, do that, and make sure that, Kentucky was, in our Department of Public Advocacy was engaged, with whatever current policy or policy change that would be needed. And then we would pursue something of that, we would pursue one of those, like eyewitness misidentification. We were able to accomplish a policy piece where we established forensic testing for cases for those who were capital cases where people were convicted on death row and other types of cases where testing would occur again, where we would be able to go back in there and we would be able to test individuals for they would receive access to testing for DNA and in case they had factual innocence. I'm talking there quite a bit, so maybe I should stop for a moment.
Thank you, Ms. Queen, for coming in. Please describe your leadership management style. How do you plan to lead the Community Oversight Board and staff as Executive Director if you are selected for this position?
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Ross. My leadership style is inspirational and transformational. That is involved, as a leader, I believe that when you work in the areas of social justice and you work in the areas of trying to create transformative change on the behalf of a community, that it has to be inspired. It has to be inspired by the mission of what it is. It has to be, inspired by the people that have brought you to that moment. And then it has to be from the vision of transformational change for everyone. That not only, that you have to be able to, I believe, take a large mission like that, understand exactly what is being asked of you, what is the community asking, in cases of the Innocence Project and that work, understanding that there were miscarriages and are miscarriages of justice, and that is perhaps a righteous mission to work with people who have been, charged with crimes and been convicted of crimes that are factually innocent. But to be able to understand that larger mission and I think my leadership style is to be inspiring, to provide transformational change. And for the Community Oversight Board, I feel like that it is that same positioning of that a community has decided that this is the type of change that we really need, that we have issues, that we want them addressed, we want to be heard, we want to be listened to, and we want change. We want to really see, some real change. And I think the Community Oversight Board, as a leader of that it's about putting together a great staff of people who will do that. It's about being a great voice for the community and being able to provide strong leadership for that. It's about being a part of making sure that the police departments and all those that are in the law enforcement section, it's everyone rising and moving forward together and being able to properly understand what are the proper procedures and protocols that police departments should have. What does 21st century policing look like today? How is it shaped and shifted, over time? The community policing aspects of that. And I think my leadership style is about inspiring that change, bringing forth transformational processes and actions, and building a great team and being a leader and voice not only for this board but also for the voice of the community. And that's that.
Thank you, Ms. Queen. Mr. Sweeney.
Employing that leadership style, what would you see as the first 100 days of what you would do to try to successfully plant or implement this board?
Mm-hmm. I think the first 100 days is about you all as a board. You have established some things already, and bylaws and some aspects you've listened to the community, and I know that's gone on for quite some time. I think it's about making sure that we craft a great mission statement, a great vision for what that is. I think it's about being thoughtful and careful and recognizing, what are both the practical aspects that have to be put in place, but also being able to reassure the community that progress is being made. I think it's the basic things of being able to put a great staff together, of being able to get the right people that really understand that mission very clearly. They're able to take that mission forward, establishing the office itself, the policies and procedures. I think that is the rules and the processes and the criteria and the the pieces that are going to come together so that the office can operate with smoothness and efficiencies. I think it's about training, and it's about being connected to the National Organization of Oversight to be able to make sure that everyone is trained and everyone understands what these basic tenets, are of an oversight board and what its charge is. And it's about connecting with all of with important community leaders. I think within the first 100 days of understanding who is the community and what are they, what are their needs and how are we addressing those? How are we, answering the charge that they have asked us that they've put in our hands? And I believe it's about setting the ethics of, our processes, about what are parameters that we operate in. There's a lot that would probably go into that 100 days of work. But I do believe that, first and, foremost is the setting about the vision and making sure that we are collectively on the same team, that we are speaking, together clearly and calmly, and that we are able to put together a wonderful team that will carry it forward.
Thank you. Mr. Holloway?
Yes, it's Ms. Queen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I know you've received numerous of awards, and one that stands out here, you received the Rosa Parks award of recipient in 2004. Can you elaborate on it? How do you receive the award? What did you do to receive that award?
Okay. Thank you for that question. It was a great honor to receive the Rosa Parks Award for the Department of Public Advocacy, and that was for the work. That was a collective work of both establishing the Kentucky Innocence Project, we had numerous capital post-conviction cases, which I was intimately involved with, the training of a lot of attorneys and training attorneys and training investigators, and also doing policy pieces on behalf of the organization itself. Doing a lot of community meetings and just being involved in various ways. And it was about just that, the steadfastness, I think, and my determination to make sure that that there was opportunity and access and connection for the people that really were imprisoned or were on trial, or that to make sure their voices were really heard. I think that I feel very strongly about that. And I think that I received that award for galvanizing, and that's what it's about, is galvanizing people into action on behalf of marginalized communities, and being strong enough and having that enough character about yourself to carry forward your belief in what you know is right, and knowing that it's true. And they honored me with that award, and it was very. I still today consider that one of the greatest moments I've had in my career.
Thank you. Mr. Campbell-Gooch. Mr. Cooper.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell us a little more about the Kentucky Center for Restorative Justice? I see you list yourself as the owner/president. Is this a nonprofit or a for-profit?
Right.
And what is the annual budget of the organization, and what are your major sources of revenue?
Okay. The Kentucky Center for Restorative Justice is my organization, and it is a for-profit organization only because I guess it would be a nonprofit if it weren't for the fact that we do legal support work for the government, and it just cannot be that way for the legal designation. I established that in 2011. I would say my annual budget over the last 7 years or so, on the average, is probably $250,000. It's a small organization, so I've had a small staff, and I've also realigned that a bit over the past several years, past couple years. Started out being I had a lot of relationships with a lot of attorneys that I know in my area, and they wanted to provide us and my staff with with criminal cases that we worked on, both in sentencing and also in investigation, pieces. And the other aspect of the Kentucky Center for Restorative Justice is just that, is community justice, procedural justice, restorative justice, and creating opportunity and providing consultation. I've been formally trained as a restorative justice practitioner, and I provide that consultation services to communities, cities, where people want to create, restorative justice practices within neighborhoods, with schools, with any particular types of organization, because I'm not sure of your knowledge about restorative justice, but just that it is applicable in various environments.
So then the $250,000 annual budget comes from
Yes.
government contracts, is that?
It would come from government contracts.
And what sort of legal support work is that?
That legal support work would be a variety of, it would be investigation, receiving and doing investigative work on behalf of attorneys. The other part of it is that it is for sentencing when persons when a person is on trial, certainly with like a capital murder case, there is a sentencing portion to a trial, and during that sentencing portion to a trial, a person has to have, your entire life the defendant's life has to be investigated from the time that the point of the mother's inception, actually, of the child, all the way up to the point on which where they're on trial to that day. So that whole background, social work piece, they call it mitigation work, which is they use a lot of that particular work in the in the trial process.
Chief Turner.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think you may have already responded to part of my question. What would be the major components of your initial strategy for the first 100 days? How would you go about addressing these?
Thank you very much. And I think, yes, some points of that perhaps, but I'm happy to share again, is that the first 100 days is about I think building it is about building relationships with the board, and for us being able to work together towards your common goals. What are the community's common goals, and understanding that really clearly, and being able to be thoughtful and I think intentional about that, and then putting together, the office itself and hiring and staffing an office of, I know the positions that that you have slated for implementation, and I think that finding great people is the right people to staff the office is certainly part of that 100 very, very quickly, I'm sure, the days of getting that together. And then beyond that, putting the office, the entire policies and the strategies and the procedures in place, the SOPs for how does the office operate? How does it work day to day? How are, the screening processes done? How do we determine what the priorities are from one case to the next case? What are the responses that we'll give back to people when we really perhaps can do nothing? There isn't really any verifiable claim that is being done. I think it's about reaching out to all the community leaders and members, just citizens as well, and being able to say, hey, this is who we are here, and our office is open, and we want to set up meetings, and we want to meet you, and we want to hear what you have to say. And I think it's about understanding historically, that's something I don't think I mentioned when I was answering Mr. Sweeney's question about that, was that it's about looking at the overall big picture of this community over the past many, many years, because some things have to do with this large history of how it arrived at, where you're at today, like every community, the history of the historical pieces of the community of both successes and failures as it relates to how they perceive that policing or how their interaction or their relationship with justice really is. I think that it's a part of studying that and understanding that. It's also a part about the scholarly work that's been done on behalf of this already. And it's about the scholarly work, the research that leads this whole process, that provides you with the foundation pieces, perhaps, about how you approach different issues. And it's really about pulling all that together, and it's about building a team of people that can do this really well, and that really understand things like racial profiling and implicit bias, and they understand what that means, to people as they encounter that just day to day. And there's a lot to the first 100 days, but I think that those are some of the basic things that I'm thinking of right now.
Mr. Campbell-Gooch.
I have your fourth question.
Yes, sir.
Please share why you believe a community oversight board is important for Nashville. What do you see as some of the initial major challenges for the executive director and staff?
I think that could you repeat the first part of your question? I just want to make sure I heard that correctly, please.
Please share why you believe a community oversight board is important for Nashville.
I believe that because of your there has been a history, that collectively that the citizens here feel that there are needs that need to be addressed. And through the referendum, through the process of the group, I know the group of Community Oversight now went through a very deep and intensive process here, and other groups too. I know that there was a lot of other organizations involved, along with, the police having a really strong need too to connect with the community and to be able to not to be an us and them, to be able to really close those gaps. And I believe that the community itself has said we want some mechanism that is in place so that we can move forward, so that we can have a different relationship than we've had in the past with the police and with other maybe law enforcement related, entities, but not only just about policing, but just about community cohesiveness and about how that issues that are difficult to talk about, that involve race and involve, involve bias, that are really hard conversations to have, and they want a mechanism to have that to take place. And I believe that's why they want a community oversight board, is because they want a third party. They want, they need the impartiality, the assurance of impartiality, to have someone, a board that will represent many facets of this community that you have. And a representative to that. And I apologize. The last part, please.
No problem. What do you see as some initial challenges for the executive director and the staff?
I think that some of the initial challenges, there may be, I think that in any process that involves where some may perceive that oversight might mean meddling, or it may have other definitions that really are not the case at all, that there would be pushback. There may be pushback from the law enforcement community that feel uncomfortable, with having a mechanism of community oversight in place. There may be, I feel like that being able to build relationships and have new relationships that they're unfamiliar with, perhaps, with people who are engaged in that process that they don't know, could be, is another barrier of that. I think establishing the impartiality, and people are going to have a lot of questions. I think they're going to say, are they really impartial? Or is this a political, is this coming from some politically driven, mindset? I think they're going to have many questions that involve misconceptions about what truly an oversight board's, job is to do, and its purview, under its purview to do. And I think that people are going to be very anxious for the board to make decisions quickly, which in reality, in my 30 years of doing what I've done through several lenses, is that you can't, in some ways, be fast, because it's about the due diligence. It's about that step-by-step process of making sure that, one, that you build the kind of relationships that you want, that your words and what you speak and what you say is really what you're trying to intentionally say with intention and clearly. And I think the other part is that many people have a lot of probably pent-up frustrations, and they really want to have really quick answers about that. And in some ways, they may want you to advance those quickly, when in reality, I think that it takes time. And I think that getting it right is really important.
Mr. Holloway.
Yes. What's your opinion about the Oversight Board having subpoena power? And you probably heard in the news they don't want us to have subpoena power on some evidence and stuff like that. So what's your opinion about that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Holloway. I have heard that, and obviously I've been paying attention. I've actually been paying attention to this process for quite some time because I've had great interest in it. I think because of my interest in community oversight altogether. Subpoena power is an important power to have. The power to compel documents, in every aspect, whether in my personally, and professional experience, whether I was working in the role of policing or working in the role in the public defender's office or capital cases or innocence project cases, where people are not anxious. The power of subpoena is an important power to have to compel documents, because every piece of investigation and procedural process involves examination of things. And to have the power to compel, not only just to compel documents, but also testimony, and to have people under, the power of the court behind that and the oath behind that is a really important thing. Is it absolutely necessary? I mean, is it something that the board cannot function or we could not do our jobs without that? Well, I would say it will make it much harder, and it will create some barriers. I think it's just realistic to say that that is the case. But at the same time, I don't think it would be impossible to do the job that is needed. Subpoenas offer an opportunity to look at records that you never even think about until you're right in there doing a case. And then all of a sudden you need a phone record, or you need some type of medical record, or you need some type of administrative document. And the power of that subpoena gets it done. Because organizations and entities, as things are more transparent, over time, as they're more, as we live in this world of instant transparency of everything, organizations are more protective than ever about protecting documents and protecting things that they won't want. And so, yes, it is important.
Thank you, Ms. Queen.
Yes.
In the interest of time, Mr.
Excuse me.
Campbell, if you believe your question can be answered succinctly, we can move forward with that. Then after that, Mr. Martinez will have the question.
Really quick, something that you said about community understanding and involving them. I'm just curious if you can tell us really briefly about your experience in embracing marginalized communities.
Okay. Thank you. My experience with embracing marginalized communities really has started probably 30 years ago. In working, first of all, I come from a middle-class family. And I've been fortunate to work all my adult life, in marginalized communities. It has been it's been my vocation, really. It has been who I've connected with the most. And it is where the power of my passion lies, and is behind that. And through working with victims, even in policing, and recognizing how crime happens and where it happens, and how poverty and economic conditions impact all of that, through the time of working as a both through the public defender's office, and recognizing people's access to justice is not equal, and it is unequal, and connecting with across the board with African Americans, with Hispanics and Latinos, and with the gay community, and just a broad variety. Marginalized communities really have very large challenges, and I've participated and worked in numerous aspects with that.
Mr. Martinez.
To what level have you been involved in or overseen investigations of police misconduct? What size caseload have you managed? And can you please provide an example of a complex investigation you've conducted or overseen?
Okay. I've been involved, I would say, as far as police misconduct investigations, it would have to be probably the Innocence Project probably provided the most insight to that I ever had through my years in my career. Being able to look at a case of factual innocence and having to go back And this may be years later. I mean, when something like this happens, it is normally years later when something like this happens, to having to go back and to unwrap that. You come across what they call Brady violations, which are violations where evidence and information has not been provided during the course of a trial, which through the process of a legal process called discovery. And then in that capacity, we did that numerous times, much to my disappointment, to be honest. You know, I mean, just it was disappointing to know that information was not given. Eyewitness testimony, physical evidence not turned over. Incidents where people were not acting with integrity, officers were not acting with integrity, and either had not turned it over initially, perhaps a piece of physical evidence or some type of witness information they might have had or whatever, I've had numerous experiences of prosecutional misconduct, some experiences of well-intended but just mishaps that occur, in cases like that. Sometimes they're intentional, sometimes they are not blatantly intentional. And about caseload, as far as working with I have worked in a pretty enormous caseload. I don't know how else to say that. I've worked an enormous caseload of many cases, going at one time, supervising those, being able to prioritize what's important, understanding what the legal timelines are that are running on certain constitutional issues as well as legal issues. I would say, I've probably worked, I don't know in my entirety, but many, many, many cases. I would be afraid to say the number. I don't want to misspeak.
Mr. Cooper.
On your application, you indicate that you began studying for a master's degree at University of California, Irvine in criminology, law, and society last year.
Yes.
This is going to continue until 2020. Is that an online course? Is pursuing that going to interfere with your duties if you were to be given this job? And how would this assist your work as an executive director of the Community Oversight Board?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that question. Yes, and I did. And I did last year begin this degree process. I felt like it was a culmination of all parts of my experience, as far as my employment experience. And I felt this degree would add more, to my knowledge and expand my knowledge and opportunity to interview and to get and to further my career, in leadership, in working in similar positions as one that is, offered here today or beyond. But I have completed almost the first year of that now, and I have one more year to go. And it is an online, process at the University of California, Irvine. It is a really top-flight program, and I'm very honored to be a part of that. And I do believe that one good thing about this is that they do allow you to control how you go about your classwork, and they also provide, you can defer if you need to for a year, to if something comes up and you're need for the opportunity to defer, then you're allowed to do that. If I were accepted as the executive director here, I think I would consider, doing so. I think I would look at, I would want to be thoughtful about it and see if it's just reasonable for me to be able to complete that, to continue that for this next year. I mean, obviously, this would be a large job, and my first priority would be to it. But if it is possible to complete that, I would like to. If it is not possible to do that, then I would defer that, at least for that year. And because it has been a lifelong, certainly obtaining my master's, not only that, this degree provides even more in-depth and, the scholarly work. It continues that, and current work that surrounds criminology and sociology and the law. And it provides a great foundation for anyone as they lead any organization, to take that information and infuse it into what you're doing.
Ms. Hildreth.
Thank you, Ms. Queen.
Yes.
Thank you. With a high influx of new Nashvillians with diverse backgrounds moving to our city, how do you see the Community Oversight Board being effective in fostering communication between the community and law enforcement and helping to reduce public concern about high-profile incidents?
Well, thank you. I think the Oversight Board has an opportunity to certainly set the pace for inclusion and for collaboration and for outreach. I believe they have an opportunity to examine what are the real needs of, a multicultural community. Oftentimes communities shift, and you don't know they've shifted. I think that you believe you have an idea of who lives here and who the population is, and many times as you really kind of unwrap that a little more, you can tell that you have a different community than you might expect. So I think the Oversight Board has a great opportunity to reach into the community, clearly identify who is the community now, and is this who we believe it is, and what needs and what types of communication do we need to have to actually reach them. We are in the age of technology. The way we do what we do is different, and the way we connect is different. Much is is held in the palm of our hands about the way many people and the young people actually connect. And in a multicultural community, I'm a part of I'm part of a multicultural commission in Lexington, board-appointed or mayoral-appointed multicultural commission, and that community, really has not had as strong a voice as I think not only there, but I would imagine in most cities it would be true, as well as Nashville, the opportunity to really be seen and to be heard and to be connected with. And I think there's a real strong need and desire for them to want to find ways to connect with government and to understand policing, and for, to really feel like they are a part of the community as much as anyone else is. And I think that comes through social media. I think it comes through intentional outreach. I think that comes through making sure the board stays very diverse and very inclusive.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Holloway.
Please describe how you have worked. Please describe how you have worked within a department to initiate strategic alliances with stakeholders within law enforcement boards and commission and the community. Please give me a specific example.
Okay, thank you. I have worked several times to create that. I think as I was a midway, I was a city councilwoman, and in our community, we wanted to make sure that it was inclusive, and we worked with citizens. We did community outreach. We created a local, a small board of people. We provided forums and outreach, different outreach processes for individuals to meet with police officers and to understand the role of policing. That was done at a city level, and through the city council position. And then I think specifically and recently, really, as being a part of the Mayor's International Advisory Affairs Commission, that's obviously a very multicultural commission, and over the the last year or two, it has been many people within the international community have felt a bit uneasy about certain aspects that related to law enforcement. And so we intentionally did an outreach project where we had individuals, and representatives of the community come to the commission to listen to their concerns, to bring intentionally different members of the city government as well as the police department there to that, to the commission, so that they could get the questions answered that they were really concerned about. There are at least a couple examples of that, if not, more than that. But I don't know how much time I have.
Fine. Thank you, Ms. Queen. Ms. Hatley.
Does the board have any additional clarifying questions that you want to ask before I turn it over to Ms. Queen? Anyone? Okay. Ms. Queen, we do have a few minutes. If
Mr.
you'd like.
Holloway.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Mr. Holloway, pardon me. Is your microphone on? Thank you.
Yes, my question to Ms. Queen, the voice of Davidson County, who do you think is the voice of Davidson County? The police department or the registered voters here?
Well, I think the voice of Davidson County is the citizens of Davidson County. And I believe that, the citizens we all work on behalf of citizens. In any entity of government, you're there because of the citizens, and you're there to serve on their behalf. I also believe that, I would equally say, police officers are also community citizens too. In regard, they live in the community and they have families as well. But I think the community voice is absolutely the citizens that live here. How their lives are on a daily basis, how they participate with government, what's their relationship to justice. Those are the things that are, we are here. I am here certainly, because I would serve on their behalf and on behalf of the board.
Thank you, Ms. Queen. Ms. Hadley.
Okay. Any other clarifying follow-up questions from the board? All right. Ms. Queen, we do just have a few minutes. If you have any final statements or comments that you'd like to make, that'd be great.
Well, thank you. And thank you for the great, I really appreciate the opportunity to appear here today. It is truly a great honor. I guess I would say to you is that I have certainly spent 3 decades of my life devoted to the mission and vision of marginalized communities, of working on behalf of people who have not had voices. I have worked on both sides for victims, involved in criminal matters, as well as offenders and victims' families and communities and police officers for the integrity of the work that they do and how important that is to have that connection. I would say that some may have perhaps direct experience, more experience, perhaps that of your candidates. I'm unclear of all who they are. But I would tell you that you will certainly have in me, my continued devotion and my transformative and I think visionary and inspirational leadership of those mandates, and that I would work very, very hard on behalf of the citizens of this community to deliver what has been many years in the making. And I would be very devoted to and certainly work tirelessly on behalf of making that the vision that the citizens in the community have to come to light. So.
Thank you, Ms. Queen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I want to try something. Before our next candidate comes in, I'd like for the board to indulge me a bit. Like to keep in mind inclusivity here, and I see the strain it causes for each of us. If everyone's okay with it, like, we can do one or two things. We can keep the name tags here. However, I will continue to pan, and I can simply get eyesight and note to you that I have your name written here, so that at least the people in front of us can continue to address us, and that way you don't have to reach up to turn. Does that work for everyone? Is that okay? Okay, great. And so no need to turn at all. I will just continue to catch eyesight, and I'll make sure I note for you. Thank you. And then also I want to say, let's ensure that our follow-up questions are tied to the qualifications, the role itself, the question that we've asked, and to ensure fairness here, right? And to also ensure that we're keeping in mind our follow-up questions should be tied to the statements made by the candidate, or to a resume, or if you found something extraneous that you want to bring in, so long as it is tied again to the role itself. Thank you, though. Thank you.
Board members, I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Christopher Clousey.
Clousey.
Community Oversight Board.
Hi, Mr. Clousey. Good afternoon.
All right.
Okay to sit?
Feel free. That's your chair.
Take any liberties, you know?
So Mr. Clousey, what we're going to do this afternoon is the board is going to ask you a series of questions. They may have some follow-up or clarifying questions. If a question is asked and you don't understand it or need it repeated, please feel free to do so. You will have time to answer those questions. I will be here to moderate the time, so if I see we're running a little bit long, I may respectfully step in and just ask that we sort of be a little more succinct. And then at the very end, you will have time to make any final comments or statements that you'd like.
Okay.
Okay, understand?
Right.
Good. And so our first question is going to be asked by the chair, Ms. Ashley Davis.
Hi.
Hi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Clousey. Thank you for taking your time to be with us this afternoon. Our first question for you is, we would love it if you could begin by sharing with us how you believe your education, your professional experience has prepared you for the Community Oversight Board Executive Director role.
So let me start with my law enforcement career. I started in law enforcement in 1990, and I knew from an early age, that I wanted to be a police officer. And I never got off track from that goal. I wanted to stay focused on that. So I became a police officer in 1990. And it wasn't about a week after I went through the training program and got out on my own that I wasn't sitting on my mom's bed crying because I was so disappointed with the profession that I had always thought I was going to love wasn't exactly what I thought it was once I got into it. And what I mean by that is I felt like the ability to help a community wasn't quite what I thought it was going to be, that there were a lot of roadblocks between that assistance and helping those in need and being able to actually do that stuff. It felt more like an us versus them. In fact, a lot of the characters that I dealt with early on in my career, that was almost kind of supported. You know, I don't know how much to go to explain it better than saying it felt very us versus them. It didn't feel like we were there to help. It felt like we were there to control. So that was disappointing. It was about a year into it that I started to kind of get my own legs and started feeling comfortable with what I was doing and realized that there was, even in the city of Franklin, there was a very, very marginalized community that we had, that there were people that were living in homes that had no electricity, had no water, and that was fine. That was just part of what was accepted. And then when services were called upon, when police were called to help in the community, you know, there wasn't much done to help. It was basically just controlled. And so shortly into that year or so, I was working with a lieutenant or with a sergeant at the time, and I said, look, we gotta do something better than this. You know, we're not making a difference in this community, and we're not helping anybody. This community needs our help, and we're not doing anything to help. So he and I, with the blessing of our deputy chief at the time, started a community-oriented policing program, and it was just he and I. And we just went into the community and started saying, hey, look, we don't think you're getting the resources and the help that you need, but we don't know. What is it that you need? What is it that we can help you with as a police department? And to be quite honest, I had hoped it was going to be, you know, we were all going to hold hands and things were going to get better right away. That didn't happen. The community wasn't real receptive to us being there. But that changed, and by being out there more and just showing, you know, the heart for what it was that we wanted to do, the intentions of what it was that we wanted to do, we earned the trust and the support of the community. We made a really big difference. In fact, our organization, our group of officers that got involved, ended up being about 10 officers ultimately that worked in our higher crime areas, our, you know, areas that were given the least amount of resources and needed the most help. So we were able to do a lot of things there, and that community is much better today than it ever was before we first started, I think, which had a lot to do with what we did. It's a long story to get to the point that I realized then that I wanted to do things in my profession that would restore justice to people, that would give them opportunities to be heard, and that would be able to find a way to do it better than we were doing it. One of the things that I came across and realized also was that we were seeing the same people back in the court system over and over and over again with no ability to change a cycle of why they were there in that court system in the first place. And nobody was looking at why is this happening, you know? And what's ironic is at the time I was approached by our circuit court judge, two of them, Judge Easter and Judge, oh my gosh, I think so much of him, I can't remember his name, but two circuit court judges that were starting a new program called drug court. And I felt like, as soon as I heard about it, I was like, we want to be a part of it. I want to be the liaison that works between the police department and the drug courts to help and to be part of that drug court team. And they were glad to have me a part of it and have the department be responsible to do some of the things that law enforcement brings to the table in drug courts. After being a part of that group for a period of time, I became an instructor and a facilitator and speaker for a company called the National Association of Drug Court Professionals, which they're an organization that basically trains all drug courts how to perform as a drug court, how to be a drug court, and what the role is of law enforcement was kind of my responsibility to go out and explain that. So I did that. I still do that, as a matter of fact. I still speak at their conventions. I've talked to Supreme Court justices in Guam. I've been all over the place doing this and love it. So I think what's prepared me to be in this position is being able to see the effects of law enforcement when they're not working with a community and when they are. And though Nashville is a much bigger community, much bigger city than Franklin, the problems that we face all across the country are very, very similar. And that role that police can play in that was something that I saw we need to do more with. And as I look more out, I see that this philosophy of saying, you know, police are in place to serve and protect or to increase quality of life for a community, and us as a board saying we want to do it the best we can. We want to hear from the community. We want to respond to the community, and we want to hold people accountable. I think that's goes exactly with what I've done and what I've been focused on my whole career. So I won't go on and on and on much longer. I know I've carried on. If there's more you want me to tell you about as far as my HR experience or whatever, I'd be glad to. But
Thank you. Mr.
Sure.
Campbell-Gooch.
I wanted to know specifically, how did you go about building trust with the community? And I know for the sake of time, we have to condense it, but I wanted to know, like, specifically.
Sure. Sure. Part of what we did was to identify people in the community that had the voice of the community. Now, every community has organizations or individuals that are heavily invested in that community and that can give us a perspective that we wouldn't have without listening to that perspective. So we found those individuals, and we met with them individually. We had community meetings with church groups, or we would just go out into the community and then say, hey, we're going to schedule a meeting at this particular location. People come, ask us questions, talk to us. And then to also get even more engaged, we relocated ourselves to work strictly in that community. So our office was in the community where these issues were the most apparent. So when I came into work every day, I worked there. So that helped too, that they saw, I went into people's houses and had dinner with them, just consistently doing what was said we were going to do is kind of how we did that.
Thank you. Mr. Holloway.
Yes, you say you was a law enforcement officer at one time?
Yes, sir, 23 years.
Okay. Have you ever seen any police misconduct? If you have, are you able to elaborate on what happened?
Of course I have. I've seen it. Part of my time in law enforcement, I was responsible for the professional standards division with the police department. I was in charge of our internal affairs, and I conducted those investigations and saw some there from lower level with how officers treated community members up to use of force and dealing with those use of force issues. I ultimately ended my career at Franklin as a lieutenant. So as a sergeant and as a lieutenant, even in the patrol division, I would do investigations of complaints that would come in on officers and how they handled, all the situations that whatever the complaint was. So I have seen that. I have investigated it. I've found that officers have done things wrong. I've found that officers have done things right when those situations come up. So yeah, I hope that answered your question.
Ms. Ross.
Yes. Please describe your leadership management style. How do you plan to lead the Community Oversight Board and staff as Executive Director if you are selected for the position?
Well, my style is to realize that everybody has a different way that they like to be treated. So or the way that they'll respond to management. So I don't try to say, look, this is the way I lead and everybody needs to follow. I remember when I first came into the workforce, my boss told me, if I'm not yelling at you, then you're doing a good job. And I was like, well, that's great, but I could use a little bit more help sometimes than that, So I try to be well, I don't try to be. I'm the type of manager that if I know that you need less attention from me or you need more attention from me, I try to meet you where you are. But it's very important that ultimately what I see as areas of strengths or areas of weaknesses are given to you in a way that I think is going to be the best way for you to hear that. And so It's important that we communicate. It's important that we continue to understand where we're both coming from, and that that management is critically important. As far as the staff and leading the staff, I feel like I would want to get a staff in place that's ready to hit the ground running. I don't want to have to deal with a lot of human resource issues and staffing problems with people that are, and what I mean by that is a lot of times you can end up having to manage people more than you're actually doing your work. So you can get bogged down in having to deal with crises from employees or a staff that doesn't, that they aren't able to even work. There's so many problems. I would like to make sure that we have a team of people that is diverse. I want a team of people that, and when I say diverse, I mean age, I mean race, I mean the whole gamut. I think and I've always found myself working in a real diverse workforce. With shifts that I would lead, it always ended up that I would have the most diversity on my shift. I thrive in that type of environment because I think we all bring something different to the table that we all learn from each other. So I think in managing this staff, they need to know what my expectations for them are. I need to know from them what their expectations of me are. And I think if we work in that way, we'll do a really good job together.
Mr. Campbell-Gooch.
I'm sorry. You said something earlier that piqued my interest. It was about engaging community, finding out what those hot areas were, and then going into those areas. My concern, and I would love for you to speak on this, what's the difference between that and over-policing?
The difference is hearing from the community what the community needs as opposed to what we think the community needs. I think a lot of times we would hear from other officers or other members from a community that these issues weren't happening. I learned that really quickly when I was doing community policing. We thought we were doing, our first idea was to go in and deal with loud music and things like that. Well, the community said, we don't care nothing about the loud music. What we want is we want to be able to go out on our porch, or we want to be able to go outside and not have people out there all the time doing stuff that's illegal. That makes perfect sense, and we can deal with that, but we're not going to understand what the community needs if we're not hearing from the community what they want. And with this board, I think what's important that this board can accomplish is to help in situations like that. Like, I don't want to try to seem like I'm trying to earn favor with you, but I've looked at the organization Gideon's Army, and I'm looking at some of the things that I've seen on there with the 37208 zip code and how that's the highest incarceration rate in the country. And I'm thinking, what are we doing with that information to say, why? Why is that happening? That boggles my mind. So it was put out there, what are we doing about that? And I think the Community Oversight Board can have some power behind that to say, look, what are we doing? Why is this happening? Why are people feeling like law enforcement is over-policing us? Why are they over-policing us? And hear from both sides to kind of try to reach a consensus of how can we do it better. So I hope I answered your question on that. If I didn't, let me know, because I want to answer it.
You definitely did. And then, like, the next question that I'm just curious about is the difference between the crime in Franklin and the crime in Davidson County, because as being from Nashville and being in Franklin, those are two totally different fields to me. And so I think the approach makes sense when it comes to Franklin. I'm not really sure if the approach makes sense when it comes to Nashville in particular.
Right. Yeah. Well, the thing I would tell you about when I first came to Franklin, it was 1990. It was different Franklin than it is now. In fact, one of the first things that I confronted when I came to Franklin was a Klan rally on the square. So there were some pretty strong, Franklin's different. Now, I don't plan to even try to convince you that the problems that they deal with in Franklin and that we dealt with at the time are the same as what they dealt with here. The amount, the frequency, things like that are something that Franklin would never see. But the types and the way that people felt Very, very similar. Now, I would also say this. There's value in probably part of the first 30, 60, and 90 days of what I would like to do. There's value in seeing what other oversight committees have done, like in Knoxville and in Memphis, to go visit them and to see what it is that they've done well, what they haven't done so well. And it's the same thing in Franklin when I'm talking about that. Those are things that we tried that we didn't have successes with and that we did have successes with. The ultimate goal is to have success. We don't have to do it the same way every time. If what worked in Franklin works here, great. If it doesn't, let's figure out what will. We just got to look at what's working and what's not working and try to figure that out and get to a better solution.
Thank you. Chief Turner.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What would be the major components of your initial strategy for the first 100 days? How would you go about addressing these?
So I've thought about that the first 30, 60, and 90 days, and I think the first 30 days would be full speed ahead. And I've watched your meetings on YouTube. I've seen how well you all are working, how much you're accomplishing. And within the first 30 days, I think part of what would be critical is for this board and for me to earn a level of trust in each other, to say, hey, we have the same voice, we know what our voice is, and then I can relay that to the people that I'm meeting with, aside from the people that you all are meeting with. I think it's critical to meet with groups like Oversight Now with Jacola Lane and Dr. Sekou Franklin. I've watched them and I've listened to them. I've seen the Gideon's Army. I've seen groups like NOAA. I think it's critical in the first 30 days for me to find those individuals that basically got us here, that helped create this, and find out what their expectations are for me, for my team that I'm going to have, and for this board. I also think it's important to meet with the police chief and his executive staff to find out what their expectations are for this board, where they think that they'd like to see us go, and what they'd like. So a lot of listening. I think it's important to, like I said, in the first 30 days, I would like to go to Knoxville and to see what they've done there, what's going on there, see if they've got a lot of words of wisdom or they don't. I mean, I think we could learn from them. They've been doing it for a while. They have subpoena power that they've never used. With the stuff that we've got, that we're facing as this board, with the challenges to the subpoena power that will affect the state, just to get some insight from them, I think would be useful. I think in the next 30 days, which would be taking us to the 60-day mark, also probably the most important is in that first 30 days to hire an assistant director and a legal advisor. I think those are probably the most two important positions that we'll need in picking the others. I'd also like to have in those first 30 days the process started for the investigators and hopefully be moving quickly through that. I think more so than moving quickly is picking the right individuals, picking the right people with the right attitudes and the right reasons for being involved in this. I would like to introduce those people to you at the 90-day mark, to bring them back to you all. I know that you all have talked about I think a procedures and rules committee that you've formed, and work with you all on that to start developing those procedures and rules for the board and for the team. I think I'd like to have that draft done and to you all in about 60 days so that we have that done and it's something that we're ready to start looking at moving forward. I'd like staff to be pretty much hired after 60 days. And then after 90 days, at the 90-day mark, I would like us to be fully operational. I would like us to be able to have policies and procedures in place. I would like us to have a staff in place, facilities in place, and the ability to start taking complaints and looking at policy revisions from that point forward.
Thank you. The next question is from Mr. Campbell Gooch.
Please share why you believe a community oversight board is important for Nashville, and what do you see as some of the major challenges for the executive director and staff?
Well, I think it's important. Well, first of all, I think the community has said it's important. And when you have a community that 59% of the community, almost 60% of the community, voting community, now that's different than the community, but the voters of the community said it's important, it's important. And that says a lot to me of the amount of support that this board has from the community, and that's important. Why do I personally think it's important? Is that there are situations that are occurring and that have occurred in this metro Nashville area that have brought a lot of distrust, a lot of questions, a lot of animosity from Metro Nashville Police Department and the community that they serve. I don't hear a lot of, and I moved to Nashville originally from Miami. I was born in Miami. I moved to Nashville when I was 9 years old, so going back a while.
Don't worry.
Okay, thank you. But it's been a while. It's been a while. So while I've not worked in Nashville at the police department, I served for a period of time. I worked in Nashville for the state of Tennessee, and I've been a part of Nashville for a while, 40 years, probably more. I think that those issues that are happening here are not unlike issues that are happening in other places. I think that, and when I say other places, I mean all across the country. And those aren't just big cities. Some are big cities, some are little cities. But when you have a community that feels like their voice is not heard, or to be honest, sometimes I feel like their voice is heard, but nothing's done about it. You know, it's like there's a opportunity to be heard sometimes, but there's no response to that call for action. And I see that there is response for action that needs to happen, that there needs to be some explanation about why certain things happen and why certain things have been allowed to happen and why they should not be allowed to happen. And I don't want to go into any specifics of the recent events that have happened in Metro, but I have a strong opinion about those things, and I think that a lot of people have a strong opinion of those things, and they're not getting an answer. And if they were to get an answer, is there follow-through on that as well? Are we saying, yeah, we hear what you're saying, we realize it's a problem, and we're doing something about it? You know, you can look at stories that have been put on TV and where you see officers that have been identified as they've done something wrong, they've been indicted, and that's new. I mean, that's kind of a new thing to see officers indicted for stuff. But then there's no outcome from that shows that the actions that they took were wrong in any way, okay? And I think with that, there has to be, from this board, and why I think this board is so important, is not only does a community need a voice, but a police department as well will need a voice to say, there's things going on here that we don't even like. You know, one of the things that I thought was really disturbing to me was one of the officers spoke out in praise of the Oversight Board, and now that officer's been pretty much under attack. And I just think we've lost the ability to work together. The community and the police should be one, and that's just not happening here. It's just not happening. And whether it's happening in other places is one thing, but it's not happening here. And I think that's why this board is critically important.
Mr. Campbell-Gooch.
I want to know about how you would go about engaging those who we need to use the service, who the service is for, but don't trust the process.
Well, again, I think I feel like that has to come from, number one, knowing that the avenues are there, explaining what it is that we are going to do and being genuine about that. We can't say that we're going to do things and then not do them. The community, people that bring their complaints to us as a board, need to know that those are going to be handled, and they need to know how they're going to be handled. They need to be educated, and I don't know that right now that anybody's educated on how this is going to work. Obviously, we'll figure that out, and we'll figure it out together, but we have to do an educational campaign, basically, that's putting out there the easiest way for people to get these complaints out. We don't want to put barriers in the way of them being able to file the complaints. And then when they file the complaints and they meet with us, they need to get more than a letter telling them, we've done this or we've done that. they need to meet with us again. They need to hear from us again to be able to say, we're not agreeing with that either. We're going to do something about it. Here's what we're going to do. We can't guarantee that this and this is going to happen, but we're going to do this, this, and this. Transparency is important, but transparency without follow-through is worth nothing.
Mr. Sweeney.
As a practical matter, how do you see an investigation of our board?
Mr. Sweeney, can you turn your mic?
Excuse me.
Yes.
This is the first time we've had mics.
You look good.
As a practical matter, how do you see investigations being conducted? In the sense, do you see that there has to be some kind of MOU with the police department, and so that you have a coordinated investigation with internal affairs? Or do you see, for purposes of credibility, that you have to have entirely independent investigations? How do you see this really working?
Well, first of all, I think they have to be entirely separate. They cannot be connected to anything with the police department. I see these investigations as happening in a way that we are, as our investigators and our staff go into this, that we basically conduct an investigation separate and apart from anything that they've done, that we would not even necessarily look at what they had completed or what they have done to give us a guideline, but to basically start from scratch, go out there and talk to the people, seek out evidence, interview officers, if necessary, look at reports that were made, but basically do our own thing, our own way, with our own guidelines. Sure.
Mr. Martinez.
To what level have you been involved in or overseen investigations of police misconduct? What size caseload have you managed? And if you could please provide an example of a complex investigation you've conducted or overseen.
So when I was at Franklin, I was in charge, like I said, of the Internal Affairs Division and was responsible for those investigations. Now, the caseload in itself was probably something that one person could manage. It definitely was what one person could manage. I didn't have a very, very large caseload. Probably, I'm trying to think of. It's not going to be, real exciting of a story to tell, but I feel like it was a really good story to tell that's relevant to what we're talking about. I had received a complaint from a citizen that one of our officers pulled them over, wasn't polite, wasn't in uniform, for no reason, and held them for a period of time they shouldn't have even been stopped in the first place. And those kind of complaints come in, a lot more frequently than, a shooting or something like that. In this particular complaint, the officer, when I interviewed the officer felt like they had done absolutely nothing wrong, that they had talked with the individual perfectly fine, and that the complaint was unjustified. And I will tell you that I think that in an old way of thinking, that would have been the outcome, that it would have been fine, that there was a reason to pull this person over. Yeah, he wasn't in uniform, but there would have been a lot of excuses made. I brought the video of the stop out to the officer. We watched it together, and I said, we talked about the actions that the officer took, the language that the officer used, the appearance that the officer had, and how that made that person feel. And the officer walked away from that situation realizing that wasn't the way to handle that situation, that it was wrong. Like I said, that's probably not it's not real sexy, but it's one of those things that I think that when you're managing these type of complaints, you've got to look at things beyond just, did he do it? Did he do it right? And what's the disciplinary action for it? I think there's a lot of steps in between just discipline that officers can gain from the knowledge of how this person felt when you dealt with them, or how put yourself in the shoes of the individual. I know that might sound kind of like pie in the sky, But a lot of times I feel like law enforcement has lost the opportunity to look at those things in a more us as opposed to us versus them.
Ms. Hildreth.
Thank you, Mr. Clausen. With the high influx of new With the high influx of new Nashvillians with diverse backgrounds moving to our city, how do you see the Community Oversight Board being effective in fostering communication between the community and law enforcement and helping to reduce public concern about high-profile incidents?
Again, I think that we have to be engaged with the community. And I'm talking about a wide range of community. Like, this might seem unorthodox, but I think meeting with members that are institutionalized, that are in prisons, that are in jails, that are on probation, that are on parole, those voices need to be heard as well. They're in the system. They've been dealing with the system. Their voice and what they have to say is important for us to hear. I think it's also important to meet with organizations cross-culturally, whether it's, different churches, different, just across the range of what Nashville now brings, that we have people from all over that are here. And we need to find those groups, they're out there, and meet with them and talk with them and find out what it is that not only do we need to hear from them, but we need to explain to them what it is that we're doing as well. We need to have a clear role and a clear direction of what it is that we're doing. We need to have statistical information. I know that there's an analyst that's going to be part of this staff, that those factors, those numbers that show what it is that we're doing, the policy reviews that we've made, the changes that we've made, the outcomes that we've been able to produce through our investigations, I think that needs to be put out there as well. It needs to be, as we develop and as we become established, we need to not only hear from the community and the broad range in the community, but we need to educate the community on the bigger roles that we play in the role that we have.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Holloway.
Please describe how you have worked within a department to initiate strategic alliances with stakeholders within law enforcement boards and commissions and the community. Please give me a specific example.
So the example I gave you of people that had no water, no electricity, were living in a house like that. And grant you, across the street or a block away are $1 million homes. But what we did at the police department is we connected with our codes department. We brought the codes department in to hold the landlords responsible for what was going on, not to be renting properties like that, not to be providing buildings that it wasn't acceptable to do that. So we would connect those resources within the city of Franklin. I'm trying to think of any more. A lot of that stuff happened from things like trash pickup. We were making sure that the trash was picked up, that areas that were left unattended for years and years were attended to. I think that's about all I can think of on that. Did I miss something on that?
No, but I do have another question.
Sure,
if
sure.
that's okay.
Yes, sir.
This board is new. This is the first time. And how do you have an idea of how we could open up a communication between the board and the police department?
Well, it sounds like to me right now, the voices that I've heard speaking from the police department don't have a good understanding of what this board is all about. I feel like they think that this board, I feel like they're very much defensive, that they feel like this is going to be something that is going to be negative, and I think they need to be educated on what it is. Now, there are officers there are people in any profession, but we're talking about law enforcement, we're talking about Metro law enforcement. There are officers that need to be afraid. There are officers that need to know that what they've been doing and how they've been doing it are unacceptable. And that will be brought out, and that needs to get brought out. But there's a whole lot that are doing right. And I will tell you, you did this a lot longer than I did. But there are most of those officers that do that job that see that stuff going on, they want it to go away. They don't want that there. That makes you feel bad about the job you did. It makes me feel bad about the job that I did. It's hard for me sometimes to even say I was a police officer. So the fact that we will be a resource to weed that out, or to help the department weed that out, and to help those officers that want that weeded out, and for those that are rooted in there like an impacted tooth, to get them out, is I think it's important. But the fact that the police department, I don't think, understands exactly what it is that we're wanting to do, at least what I've heard them saying, doesn't represent what I think this board has been established to do.
Mr. Ross.
Sorry. As a former police officer, please tell me how you feel you would be effective as a director of the Community Oversight Board.
I think I'm in a unique position in that I've been behind the curtain on both sides. I've been part of a community that has, when I was born, my mom and dad were 16 and 17 years old. They didn't have anything. We came up, I came up with not a lot of resources. And I've seen how police departments work, how they operate. I'm working in Murfreesboro now. I see the issues that they face. Sometimes I'm thinking, these are exactly the things that we dealt with at Franklin. The things that I've heard Metro dealing with, they're exactly what we dealt with in Franklin. But me being the director, I have the ability to be able to understand cop talk, to understand how to look past what we're being presented, to know that I think there's more. I know this answer, and I know that we need to look at more. And I think that we also need to help them understand that there are officers within that department that want to say more, that want to feel connected to their community, that want to be part of an organization that they can be proud of. And because I've kind of worked with communities, and that's been my whole goal with drug courts, with community-oriented policing. I started mountain bike patrols at the city of Franklin. I actually trained the officers that started the mountain bike patrol here in Metro. I've always been about having that community police connection and building those bridges between those forces that feel like they just can't exist on both sides. Law enforcement feels that way, community feels that way, yeah, but we can meet in the middle. We can do this thing a lot better than we're doing it. So I'll be quiet. I think that's enough.
You have a follow-up, Ms. Ross? No. Okay. Mr. Swinton.
This is the fourth job that you've had or interviewed for in the last 4 years. What conclusion should we draw from that?
The fourth job that I've interviewed for in the last 4 years. So I retired from the city of Franklin. Right. I went to the state of Tennessee, and now I'm with the city of Murfreesboro.
And
now
you're interviewing here,
four.
So that's 4 in 4 years.
Okay, so well, let me tell you about the job with Tennessee. So when I retired from the city of Franklin, my reason for retiring from the city of Franklin is I felt like I had peaked there. I had done as much as I could do there, and I wanted to do more. I felt like that working in a municipality or a state government was a place that I wanted to stay and remain. I liked that kind of environment, and I started working for the state of Tennessee as the director of financial services investigations. When I got into that, I thought, in my core, what I really feel like is part of what I really want to do is help, and I want to help people. I felt like that job in itself would give me that opportunity to help people. It didn't. We weren't helping the people that were victimized. We were helping to ensure that the people that were victimizing people wouldn't do it more. But those people that had been victimized were getting no help from us. And I wasn't feeling the reward from that job that I need in order to stay in a workplace. So I went back to what I felt comfortable with, which was human resources. I love that job. I actually love the job that I have now. My boss is fantastic. I love working for her. And I'm very, very happy there. But when I saw this job, and there's a lot of people that know me, from my pastor to my wife to my son to friends, they were all like, that's you. That job and that work that they're doing is you. That's what you want. That's my passion. So if I don't get this job, then I'll stay with Murfreesboro. I love that job. But this is my passion. This is what I want to do. This is what I feel like from the day that I was born into a family that did not look at people and races and genders as being something to scale and to judge. You know, we're all the same, you know, to the years of law enforcement, to the years of helping out people in HR and doing those administrative investigations. I felt like, and, you know, going to law school and understanding how the law works and processing that and graduating from law school, all those things have gotten me to this point. If this job doesn't work out for me, you all feel like there's a better candidate, and I trust that you'll find the best candidate, then I'll stay with Murfreesboro. I have no desire to leave there unless I can get this.
Chief Turner.
Yes, on your application, you listed several positions as a consultant.
Yes, sir.
One is with the National Association of Drug Court Professionals, the City of Murfreesboro, and also the Department of Commerce and Insurance. Are you still employed or working as a consultant with those agencies?
I do still do consulting work with the National Association of Drug Court Professionals, yes. State of Tennessee was the job I don't have anymore. City of Murfreesboro, I still work there. But as consulting work goes, I still do work with them. It's a lot less now than it was. Last year, the only work I did with them was at the national conference. I went to their national conference and spoke on a panel there. But I don't do a whole lot of work with them anymore, but I still am part of that group.
Okay, if you are offered a position that you're interviewing for, would those consultant jobs interfere with your ability to perform your tasks with the COB?
No, they would not. The only consulting job I said is that one. And my son, I talked to him today, he assured me that if I can't make it to his college basketball games, he's okay with that. So I don't see much interfering with this work.
Any additional follow-up questions? Mr. Campbell-Gooch.
Real quickly, as an individual, what's the biggest obstacle you can see as being, if you were the ED? Like, very specifically you, not the board, not Metro PD, but you.
For me?
Yep.
I feel like, and I'm just going to be real, I feel like this position, with my background, I feel like it would be better if I weren't a white man. But I am. And what I bring is a unique experience and perspective to this position that only I can bring. I don't think I speak for the voice of anybody other than myself. But I feel like that's a disadvantage for me, and one that I can easily overcome. I think if you had the opportunity to know me, you would know that I am trusted in the community. Whatever community I go to, I'm trusted. I can speak to, boards and committees and mayors, and I can speak to people who aren't, and I feel a value and a love for everybody just as equally as I do anybody else. So that's a disadvantage I think I bring to the board.
Thank you. Ms. Hadley.
All right, any other follow-up or clarifying questions? We good there? Okay. Mr. Clossy, we have a few minutes left. If you would like to make any closing statements or comments to the board, you're welcome.
Sure, thanks. Well, as I told you earlier, I've been following this board for a while. I've watched the council interview people. I watched all of your interviews. And the reason I did that is this is just as important for me taking on this position to know that the people that I'm working with and ultimately working for, are like-minded, that we have the same goal, that we have the same vision for what's happening here. And I know I'm sitting here, so you're expecting me to say good things about you all, but this board is highly, highly impressive to me. The way you've structured yourselves, the way you've considered things that have been brought up, the way that you have just embraced this opportunity has been very, it's on point. It is exactly what I think the designers or the people that would have wanted, they could have said, this is exactly what I want. You all and what you're doing so far is on point. I trust that you're going to pick the best candidate. You saw, I'm real. This is what you saw to me. I don't want to put on a front, because what you're going to see a year from now or 2 years from now is this. All right? So if you like this, then I hope you'll select me. I know that you won't find a person that will work harder and that's more engaged in the love of what we're doing than me. So with all that said, I'm very honored to be here. I'm very humbled to be here, and yet I feel like that being here, I'm not out of my league. I feel like I can get us where we need to go. So thank you very much for having me here. Thank you for this opportunity. Good luck with what you do. I hope we're doing it together.
Thank you, Mr. Clossy.
Thank you.
Thank you. As we transition, and I see Ms. Hildreth here, I just want to do a check here. Did this style of asking questions, was that comfortable for everyone? Or do you prefer that we go back to the physical turning of the nameplates? Ms. Ross, I'm sorry you weren't in the room at the time, but I told folks I'm happy to just take a pan around the room and catch eyes and give an acknowledgement while we're in this setup of the space. Ms. Hildreth.
Thank you. Just technical request. May I have 3 more pieces of paper, white paper?
Oh, I've got some. I'm online today, so I got it.
I messed that up last time. I put it in my notebook. I had to rip my notebook.
All right, that's all right.
Very traumatic.
Oh, and back up too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board, if I may check in with you for just a moment. We are about 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Our next candidate is here. I wanted to check in to see if we need a quick break. We do? All right.
I think even if I say no, they just get up and walk out. Yeah, let's take 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
The Eagle Camp?
No, yeah, but this is out of town, and this is where...
Great.
All right, Board, I will go get our third candidate, Dr. Van Dusen, and I will be right back.
Thank you.
We walked in here.
Board members, I'd like to introduce to you to Dr. Frederick Van Dusen.
Good evening, everybody.
Good afternoon. Good evening.
Sit there, and there's your microphone.
Oh, boy.
I got some water for you, Mike. All right, so what we will do is the board is going to ask you a series of questions. You will have time to answer. They may ask follow-up or clarifying questions. At the end of the time, you'll have a few minutes to make some final statements or comments to the board. If you need a question restated or asked again, please do so. If you need more clarification, you can do that as well. All right. So with that, I'll turn it over to the chair of the board, Ms. Ashley Davis.
Good evening, Dr. Van Dusen, correct? No,
Fred-
you earned
Fred's
it.
fine.
No, well, you earned it. We'll use it. Dr. Van Dusen, thank you for being with us this evening. We'd like to begin by asking you to share with us how you feel your education, your professional experience has prepared you for the Community Oversight Board Executive Director role.
I'll start out with, I was on a similar board, not quite as extensive as this, back in Wellington, Florida. I was one of the co-founders, and I sat on it for 17 years. What we did there is that before we became, if you want to say a city or a village, we're about 60, 70,000 people now. It was a water district, and the district was out in what they call the unincorporated area of a county, and all we had was the sheriff's department at that time, and there were just a few deputies. Well, when they decided they wanted to begin an incorporation process, they said that we wanted law enforcement. And myself being prior law enforcement and teaching at the university, I sat on the board, and we came up with a group of people just like yourselves, the same situation how you got on this board, we did the same thing. And we also had the city manager and the mayor and everybody else, they came, and we invited the police department and the fire department also to join us. What we did actually myself, and at that time was the manager of the water district, put together a proposal that when we went to start incorporation, do we want a police department or do we want to go with a contract? So they decided they wanted to stay with a contract, so we started writing into the contract how we expected the police to operate in our area. Because now we're talking about, it's a business deal, it's a contract. We want to know number of people, who was going to be there, what we were actually looking for, and the deputies that were going to work there. And this went on from 1987 to 1995 when they incorporated. From that point on, we had it written in our contract that we expected certain things out of the sheriff's department for their policing and their activities, number of cars per population, et cetera. And that the board, in their contract, made it mandatory that their district lieutenant or captain was at every meeting, along with the fire department, in which we discussed everything that went on in the community. And like anything else that happens, it always gets to the point where everybody wants to hide a little thing. It was my job to find out what they were hiding. Basically, the school districts in the area also have their police departments. And school districts were hiding information about sexual abuse, robberies, burglaries, whatever you could think of that was happening out in the community was happening on the campus of the high school. And the high school was somewhere around 3,000 kids. And when we found this out, we went to the sheriff's department and said, you need to do something, because the resource officers there worked for the principal. I decided that, you might be talking on deaf ears. So I went to the school principal myself, and I sat down and we had a long talk about this. I said, look, we have children here in school that probably might get hurt or are getting hurt and nothing is happening. We need to fix this. I said, so you and we exchanged phone calls and stuff, because I didn't live too far from the high school, so he knew me very well. And we became very good friends. And we started to solve some of the problems. He himself would get police reports from the school resource and give them to us. And then in turn, we could share them with the sheriff's department, because the two agencies were not talking. So my job was sort of to do a lot of what I see here, building bridges between the community and the civic leaders and organizations and the schools, if you want to say schools. So after with the principal and the sheriff and the school resource, we started getting more information and how to solve a lot of these things. I mean, then it became a political battle between the sheriff and the resource department, the school district, as to who was going to be the law enforcement agency. And I said, that's out of my purview. I'll stay away from that. But we did resolve a lot of the issues and resolved a lot of the crime matters by just making sure that we had a presence on the campus. We couldn't force anybody to do anything because we were in a body that had that legal authority. But we could make enough stake in the community and have community leaders come in and do this with the mayor and the council that it worked out fairly well. Now, as far as education, it seems like I've been going to school all my life. I went through the military schools. I mean, just about, I don't know how many military schools. I went through military police school, criminal investigation school, infantry. I went through the medical school. I've gone to school. I've been to probably over 100 professional schools, and not all in law enforcement. Became an EMT, advanced EMT, only because when I was out in the law enforcement field, I was in an accident, and all I could do was direct traffic. And I was so upset with myself being here that somebody's in the car injured, I couldn't help them. So I went back, became an EMT, so I could help them, because we're the first on the scene. Ambulances aren't, we are. And I said, it's my duty to help these people, to do what I can. So I decided that after I finished the community college in criminal justice, I decided that I wanted to be a lawyer. And I eventually got accepted at Syracuse Law School, but then my wife informed me that she was pregnant, and that ended my law career for that point. So I went to work with the Sheriff's Office and started a new career. But one of the things that I was always told by my old sheriff, which I have to give him the most credit for how I became a police officer and how I looked at life as a police officer. Just a little story. When my interview with my sheriff, he asked me 2 questions. He asked me if I could ride a horse, or I liked the horse, and if I was a gentleman. And I said yes. He says, okay, and that was it. And it puzzled me. He says, if you're a gentleman to everybody that you meet. And he said that, I don't care who you are, where you come from, but when you talk to somebody, it's yes, sir, no, sir, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. He says, I don't care what crime they committed, they get treated with respect. I said, okay. And he says, if you like horses, then you won't be cruel to animals and you won't be cruel to people. Okay, but just sort of his philosophy. But his philosophy wasn't that everybody had to be treated with respect. And if you didn't, God of thunder was coming down on you. And that's just how he did it. He did not put up with anything. I watched him one time, one of the deputies wrote a driving while intoxicated ticket on somebody that fell asleep behind the wheel of a car. He came in the office, saw that, ripped the ticket up in front of him, and said, you got 2 days suspension. And I said, oh. He said he wasn't hurting anybody, he was asleep, and you're going to ruin his life for a single mistake. And I could remember all these things that he was saying. And I said they had an impact on me, because when I went back to graduate school, I didn't go back to graduate school at first for criminal justice. I went back for psychology and adult ed. I said I wanted to find out other things, basically about human behavior, because as time went on, there was things that happened in the careers where police officers didn't deal with mentally ill people as well as they should. Or somebody that ended up with, say, a diabetic that would end up in jail because they would think that he's intoxicated, then he goes into diabetic shock because he's just a drunk. Boom. No. These things started forging a basis for how I looked at the law. The law wasn't, you broke the law, that's it, you're going to jail, period. No. And I think I mentioned this before in my last meeting. I had a young teenager that I stopped in a park, and him and his friend had a small bag of marijuana. And I looked at this and I said, what are you doing this? You know, I'm scaring the crap out of him. And I took the bag and I like this and I dumped out the marijuana. I said, get out of here. If I catch you again, I will arrest you. Never heard from him. For almost 10 years later, I saw him again. He came up and said, thank you. And I said, why? And he says, I'm in graduate school. I never would have been able to go to graduate school with an arrest record for narcotics, because at the time when I lived in New York, the amount of marijuana that he had was a felony. The rest of his life would have been ruined. And that sort of, in a way, set the stage. So as I was in my career, I looked at how I treated people. And all the time that I was in law enforcement, I never had a physical fight with anybody that I arrested, ever. I don't think there was a single person that I couldn't talk down or talk into doing what I'm asking them to do. I've had people say thank you for giving them a ticket. Most confrontations, I mean, when I know I'm getting long-winded here, I'm sorry. But I also was a part of the assistant director for the police academy. Now, we had probably over 4,000 law enforcement and 1,500 corrections come through. I had 120 programs that I monitored with 75 full-time teachers and a number of adjuncts. Well, in the academy, they always used to come up with, you know, well, if you stop a car for a traffic ticket and he won't get out of the car, what do you do? And eventually, always you hear somebody in the back of the room, shoot him. And I'm thinking, who said that? And I said, you are going from a traffic ticket to deadly force. I said, you pull your gun and he calls your bluff. He knows that you're not going to shoot this person for a traffic ticket. These things, we had to make changes in the academy to take this out of the mindset of who was coming into the academy. My suggestion is that in Florida at the time, you could become a police officer if you were 19 and a high school graduate and hadn't been arrested for perjury or a sexual offense. In the law, it didn't say if you were arrested for a felony, you couldn't become a police officer. I made the suggestion, as I said, no. I said, I think that we can't change the law, but you can change the policy of who you look at. And I said, I think you should start looking at 21 and above. You need somebody a little bit more mature than a high school kid with a gun. After that, we started, I insisted on having programs like crisis management, dealing with the elderly, dealing with mentally ill, and other programs similar to that, because there was a lack, because you could see it from the classroom. In teaching in the classroom, I had young kids. You know, probably 75% of them wanted to go to law school. The other ones wanted to be cops right out of school. So, and a lot of them were going on to, the four-year universities. Most of them that wanted to become police officers just wanted a job, and they thought, that's cool to have a badge and a gun. And a lot of them in the classroom, and who you would see through this process, you begin to see the mindsets of children, basically. And I said, I have to change this, because what they're starting to see and what they're going to begin to develop at this early process will carry them on through their career. I've seen bad cops. That's how they started, because there were no checks and balances against that behavior. I mean, these were people who didn't like anybody. They were just like angry at the world, and because they had authority, they would exercise it. I didn't want to see that. I mean, I made a lot of enemies, but I didn't care, because my thought is that, you know, these are our citizens, the citizens who pay our salaries. And if you remember, when you took the oath of office, you swore an oath to defend these people, not to harass them and not to hurt them. I know, I've seen the newspapers on shootings and all kinds of different stuff, and I can't make a judgment on what happened because I don't know the facts. And that's one of the things that I see from this, what I was so interested about this board, is that it's new, okay? I mean, it's like the ground floor. This was like, oh, Fred, you've got to apply for this job. You know, it was like fit for it. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. But I later went on and finished my doctorate, and I know that probably the question will probably come up sooner or later about what I know about civil rights. But part of my dissertation and my paper that I wrote was on the ADA, and it had to do with police officer evaluation before their physical physical, going into the academies. I wrote it specifically because I gave it to the state of Florida to hopefully become policy in, we want to see basic academy testing. Because I told them, which made them very angry, because basically the test that they were given discriminated against women. How many ladies, I should say, do you know can do 15 chin-ups? Okay. I made the question that I said, where in law enforcement procedures and policies in your work do you do 15 chin-ups? I said, there isn't a task that requires it. I said, under the ADA, these are task-oriented. They didn't like it because it was specifically designed to do this because they did not want to hire women. You know, I'm being honest with you, that's how it was. They just didn't want to hire them. I argued against it. I said, this all has to change. So I worked with a group of lawyers in the county, and we looked at the ADA and made this proposal. We made some changes. We made enough changes that made some difference. But, you know, I was only one small voice, and I did what I could. These things basically were sort of preparing me for here. When I saw this, I said, this is things I've been doing for years. I went to college. I've been involved in law enforcement for well over 25 years. I retired from the military as a criminal investigations command officer. I worked for the federal government. I went to Iraq for a year and 5 years in Afghanistan. And while I was in Iraq, I was involved in human rights violations. The human rights violations dwarfed the WMD stuff. I cannot describe how horrible it was.
Thank you, Dr. Frederick. I have your second question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please describe your leadership management style. How do you plan to lead the Community Oversight Board and staff as an executive director if you are selected for this position?
Okay. My leadership style is I don't like to be a manager. I look at managers as people who manage things to get things done. I look at it as a leader. The leader is the one that makes the right things get done. I also like to, as the people who work for me, I like them and I engage them. I like them to work for me. And I always have told them that there's I like to tell your students, there's no bad questions and no bad answers. The only way we get things done is that you talk to me. I might be in charge, but I don't know everything. And as in any group, when the group gets together, puts their heads together and works on a problem, it's better that everybody work on the problem and not just one. I've never been a person where I dictate down and nothing comes back up, because we're all different. And you have opinions, I have opinions. There are no bad opinions. There might be something that you understand or know that is just sort of over here to me right now. I don't see it. Then all of a sudden, that's right. That's a good. And then we work on it and get it done. I wouldn't stymie anybody's ability to help or to bring up suggestions, because, like I said, we don't know everything. More heads are better than one. And one head is a dictator. And when you're dealing with the communities, we don't deal with the community with a dictator. We deal on consensus. You know, we go out there and we talk to people and we ask people questions. You know, how do you feel? You don't know how people feel if you don't ask them. And that's the same with people who work for me. I don't know. I don't micromanage. That's one thing I will say, is I don't micromanage. If I have a well-qualified staff that knows exactly what they're doing, I let them do what they have to do. If they get off track and they're going someplace that I don't think is correct, then I will remind them. If something that they do is totally incorrect, then I will discipline them. I haven't had a problem doing that. I've fired people in my time, but most of the time when I had to fire people, it was for gross negligence or they committed a crime. And that was basically it. For simple mistakes, well, we make simple mistakes. Just, you could ask my wife. I have honey-to-do lists, you know, they're extremely long that I don't get to, and she always reminds me. Okay. But we talk about it. Okay, and it's just like anything else, you know, and I like to consider the people I work with as friends, but still colleagues, and I like discussion. You know, I'll sit around and have coffee in the morning, and most things get done around the water cooler and having coffee than it does in any boardrooms. And, you know, just that's the way it is. And that's the way I like. Have breakfast, have coffee. We did this when I was overseas. So we got a lot more done by standing in front of the coffee machine trying to eat a biscuit and saying, nope, that's right, this is it. Then we, later on, when we do have a formal meeting, we bring it up and we go with it. But no, you know, I'm not a micromanager, and I deal with, I'm going to make sure, I personally will make sure that the right thing gets done, not that things just get done.
Mr. Sweeney.
You've had an extensive career in the military. Do you believe, fleshing out your answer to that last question, do you believe that the command and control style of management is effective?
Command and control. Well, I come from a long family of military people. I mean, long. I mean, I'm just one of very few people that been in the military. Yes, there's a command and control. I mean, there always has to be the command in there. But again, I still like to have people talk. Even a commander, he can issue orders to do something, and they might not be the best order. That's why you have a second in command and staff that say, you know, that might not be appropriate. It's like, I don't know all the legal decisions. That's why I would have a lawyer. And that's why a lot of commanders have their judge advocates there. And if they make a decision that could be wrong, is this going to be okay? I mean, everybody asks to make sure that things right. I think there is a certain amount of command and control that works, but without a good staff, a lot of that command might not work. So I just think that this is a different circumstance. You know, this organization, how things are here is not. I don't see it as like the military. There's too much involved. I mean, I look at it as if I'm here. I'm going to assume a lot right now. I would talk to community leaders and stuff like this. That has nothing to do with command and control. That's just finding out what's going on. You know, and that's part of your commander is knowing your enemy, if you want to call it, if you want to say in the military terms. Well, if you want to know what's going on in the community, you want to know your problem. You can't find a problem if you don't ask or find out. And this is one of the things I've said for years, is that no effective police department cannot function without the help of the community. If the community doesn't like their police department, the police department is not going to function as well as it can be. It just will not. And it's hard for agencies to see that. You know, I'll be perfectly honest. I mean, I know of a lot of police departments that are old school, stick guns and sticks attitude. Well, we're not there anymore. That might be way back in the 30s and the 20s when prohibition and things like that, when that might have been all. We have more educated people today. Everybody's a lawyer. Everybody has cell phones. You know, it's just not the proper way. I mean, I could get a lot more done over a cup of coffee and talking to a person than I can arguing and fighting. I'm a lot more persuasive.
Chief Turner.
Good afternoon, sir.
Chief?
What would be the major components of your initial strategy for the first 100 days, and how would you go about addressing these?
First thing I would do, and the very first thing to do is that I would try to meet with all the community leaders, everybody that I could possibly meet with, and I would make it a definite to go talk to the chief of police. I would not want the chief of police to think of me as the enemy, because I don't see this board as being the enemy. I see the board as trying to bridge community and the police department together to find out answers, to solve problems, and be involved in making things work, not just, you know, you over here do this and we'll do over this and maybe things will get done. No, it's not going to happen. So I looked at, in the first 100 days, I would try to meet with every single person that I could that's in the community, or as a community leader. I might not be able to, because I might not know them all, but I would make a good try at it. The other thing is, too, is I would ask to see the police department's SOPs. And I would go through all the SOPs in the department to see how they are, because I would venture to say that maybe a lot of them are not up to date. Because those are things that get printed and are put into process and are forgot about. And as you legal people will know that, you know, you rely on SOPs when things go wrong in the police department. Is it in the policy? Did you follow policy? Well, if the policy is old, you know, it gets hard to defend it or uphold it. It's, you know, it could be 10 years old, and it's not up to date or current. And a lot of things have changed. An example of it is that I didn't think body cameras were that, you know, that good. Right now, I think the body cameras is the next best thing, next to ice cream. I says it helps everybody. I've seen it more times than I can possibly count, where we've had complaints on the police and police complaints over here, and the body cam had the proof. And it was very easy to solve a problem by saying, take a look at the cam. And when they did, everything calmed down. There wasn't, you know, it wasn't where we talked about, you know, a serious incident. Well, we've had serious incidents where the body cam was against the police officer, which was perfectly fine by me. You know, he violated the law, and so be it. But when it's you said, I said type of thing back and forth, where you said this and you said this, and they look at the cam and they says, oops, we really didn't say that. It was, we thought we might have said it, or, you know. And it got solved without any real issue. And it could be explained to others who hear secondhand, third hand, fourth hand. I mean, I'm sure everybody in school or whatever's done the old experiment where you tell this person at the end the story, and by the time it gets down here, it's, you know, 3 ways from Sunday. It's nowhere near what was said. This is what happens when something is not looked at properly. And that's the other thing that I see with the board, is that, you know, investigate something, investigate it fairly, you know, without any prejudice, and you come up with the answer, which the answer that you can give to, say, your leaders and whoever wants it, the transparency. You know, be as transparent as possible, because the last thing anybody doesn't want is the first time you're not is when you're hiding something. And politics is politics. That's just it. You know, and I'm not a politician, so I don't go down that road. You know, I'm the type of person that follows the evidence, and where it leads, it leads. And how what the outcome is, that is the outcome, because the evidence doesn't lie.
Mr. Campbell-Gooch.
You mentioned something about your first 100 days being rooted in engaging as many people as possible when it comes to the community members and stakeholders. My question directly to you is, what do you do, whether it's police or civilian, if they don't want to engage?
I will try my best to convince them. I'm not going to go at them and be combative and say, you must do this. You know, I'll do like I always do. Would you please meet with me? Just sit down and talk. If you don't like what we're talking about, then tell me, but at least sit down and listen. Nothing's ever going to get solved without us talking about it. You know, and we're going to have people, you know, there are going to be people, I know, I mean, there's going to be people out there that, I know there's people out there that don't like me now. And there's people over here that some people don't like, and they don't want to talk to them just because they don't like them. But why don't you like them? And why won't you engage with me? I want to know why you won't engage with me more than you don't engage with me. Because once I know, I'm going to say, hey, brother, you know, whatever, sister, somebody, we can fix this. You know, take a pat on the back or a cup of coffee, or what can I do to change this? I mean, I want to change your mind, because I don't want to be looked at as the villain. And in most cases, in these boards, you know, review boards and stuff like this, we are looked at as the villains. I mean, you have to be honest. Most police departments and some governments don't like civilian review boards because they think it's, you know, it's outside the purview. They think the departments should have the right to manage their own. A lot of departments can't manage their own. So,
Mr. Campbell.
I'm sorry, so I just sort of got off track here.
I have your fourth question. Please share why you believe a community oversight board is important for Nashville, and what do you see as some of the initial challenges for the executive director and staff?
You know, I'm not a Nashvilleian, so I'm not from Nashville. My mother told me she loved Nashville, so that's why I applied, because my mother said it was a great place. And I have family in Tennessee someplace. And from what I see, it's a beautiful city. It reminds me so much of my old hometown. I said, I can't believe this. I said, this actually has hills, you know, where I have it, you know, 3 feet above water. You don't see many hills. But anyways, as I got off topic here, I'm going to apologize because I started to go drifting off. Would you say that again for me, please? I'm sorry. I got carried away. Listen to my own self-talk. So,
no problem. It's a 2-part question. First part,
okay.
Please share why you believe a community oversight board is important for Nashville.
Okay.
And the second part is, what do you see as some of the initial major challenges of the executive director and the staff?
From what I see of Nashville and what I know of Nashville is growing. I mean, it is growing. This is an opportunity, sort of in the middle of the growth, to develop a better situation with the law enforcement, because law enforcement is going to grow. As population grows, so is the size of the department. So is the size of the government. So is the size of everything else. If it doesn't step in, like this board is doing, and begin to make a process to make changes, then the changes are never going to be met. As it grows, so does the bad stuff. It would be just like, you know, be like having a cancer. If cancer goes untouched, it grows and grows and grows. I look at this is the opportunity beforehand to make that, you want to say, a medical decision, to let's correct this. And from this point on, it becomes new. And as it grows, so does how things here grow, but only grow in the correct pattern, or the right way. What do I see as challenges? It's like anything that's new. It's new. People will not understand it. And I would think that my job would be to make sure that people do understand what the function is of this board. You know, you're the board. I'm your mouthpiece. Okay? That's basically what it is. I'm the one that's going to be stomping the pavement day in and day out, finding out what's going on and coming back to you and saying, this is what I found, this is what I see, What do you think? The challenges is that you have a large city. And being a large city, there is a lot of diversity here that hasn't seen this yet. And you're going to have people who don't care, and then you're going to have a lot of people who do care, and a mixture all in between. The idea of what my job would be is to make sure that all these groups know exactly what is going on, why it's going on, and how and means to solve this. I'm the fixer, I guess. It's the challenges for the number of people. I mean, if there's going to be 1, 2, 3, maybe 6 people, that's a challenge. All of them are going to have specific jobs, but all of them are going to be, in a way, sort of a politician. In a way, everything that they do, eyes are on them. So everything that they do has to be into development of this process until everybody at one point says, hey, this really works. We really do have a say someplace. We really do have somebody that might look out for us. We do have somebody that if I say something to, it might get done. Instead of saying, I would like to see this, and they go, yeah, okay. That's what I see. And this is what I see what my job would be, is to make sure that that is avoided at all cost. Is when I said, first 100 days is going out there meeting people, they would have to know who I am. They would have to be comfortable with me, comfortable in the fact that they know that this is my phone. You can call me if there's an issue. I'll take your phone call and I will talk to you. I'm not going to blow you off. And when they know that, and we built a trust, then a lot more can get done.
Mr. Martinez.
To what level have you been involved in or overseen investigations of police misconduct? What size caseload have you managed? And if you could please provide an example of a complex investigation that you've conducted or overseen.
Well, as a chief at one point, I had it was on the university campus. They were talking about university police. We had a couple of issues involving officers on the job and administration. They sort of coexisted in those issues. It was a long-time issue that was going on before I took the job. After I had taken the job, things began to happen that didn't make a lot of sense. We were having burglaries in the student union. At first they were minor, and then all of a sudden it became quite large. And a cash of $50,000 was taken. Safes were entered, but were not broken into. And I had to figure out how this was going on. And I had to actually violate, say sort of the code that was on the campus, that was that I called in the state police to work with me, because it was at a point where I wasn't quite sure how high this went up on the food chain at the university. And when it was all said and done, it was fairly high. There was keys being taken from the student union, and one of the vice presidents was opening the safe. There was money being taken, and one of the officers was involved because things were happening when that person was on duty. This went on for probably 6-7 months. That sounds like a long time, but it's not a long time. It was actually a very short period of time. And when we found out, we had to fire the officer. We called the state police in and had several people arrested because we needed the outside agency to do that. It was a lot of politics involved. And there were and the worst case scenario out of this is that one of the secretaries came up missing, and I couldn't account for her, and I never have been. And I suspected one of the people had committed a very serious crime against her. But we couldn't prove it because I left. I had another officer that got mad at a female driver and told her to get out of the car, and she says, I didn't do anything wrong, so he kicked in the side of her door. I had to terminate him because he committed a criminal mischief, and it was violent. And I had to look into his past to find out, did he do this stuff before? And I knew him. I thought he was a decent person, but as I looked into it and investigated farther, I found that he had a past of violence. And today we call it domestic violence. Then they didn't. And that was a real serious issue for me. You know, domestic violence.
Mr. Rice.
Yes, we have one university that have some of their officers commissioned to arrest on the streets of Nashville. Do you feel that...
University?
Yes, university police officers should be under the Oversight Board.
If they're on the streets of Nashville, absolutely. I cannot see why the university police are on your streets making that, to me, is a jurisdictional issue. I mean, the jurisdiction, I mean, there are certain jurisdictions. I'm used to jurisdiction. You have a geographical boundary of your jurisdiction, which would be the campus. Okay, I could be wrong. I mean, I don't know that jurisdiction. But if they're on the streets of Nashville, then they should be under this committee. Absolutely. Anybody that had, basically anybody that's in a law enforcement function that's working and engaged in law enforcement should be under this committee, if this is how the charter and everything is written. Exactly.
Ms. Hildreth.
Thank you. Dr. Van Duzen.
Yes.
With the high influx of new Nashvillians with diverse backgrounds moving to our city, how do you see the Community Oversight Board being effective in fostering communication between the community and law enforcement and helping to reduce public concern about high-profile incidents?
This goes back to what I said before, is talking. I spent, I'll just use this as an example. When I had to go to Afghanistan, back to Afghanistan, after my first 18 months there, I worked with a commanding general that knew me from Iraq, and I came back to the States for training, and they were sending me back, but they didn't tell me that they were going to send me to the Defense Language School to learn Dari. So I did, but one of the things I did was I learned their culture. And when I went back, I found how much of a separation we were from the culture. And I use this only as an example because separation from the diversity that's coming into Nashville in here. Do we understand that diversity? Do we understand these people? Do we understand their culture? Do they have a language? Do we have issues that we don't know about? Or are we still going by old standards? We have to learn this. My job eventually became to keep the United States government out of trouble with the Afghan government because we didn't understand their criminal process, their legal process. We tried to assume that they were going to accept our legal process and not theirs. Well, these people, they're very proud people, very proud. And the biggest thing on their list, they'll say, is respect, which goes for everybody. If you disrespect somebody, how do you think that person feels? You gain no ground with them whatsoever once they're disrespected. I don't want to talk to you if you're going to be like that to me. I would be the same thing. Everybody has respect. My job was to be in between go from the U.S. military to the Afghan government saying, you know, I'm sorry. The example is that in their legal process, they had 30 days to process the case and give it to the prosecutors, very quick. In that 30 days, the police had to interview certain people. If they didn't do it, then it went to the special police, which was their version of the CIA. That was their version of people, when they got to talk to them, disappeared. Well, our military would go to these people and day after day, you got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do this. I kept saying, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this because you're disrespecting them. I'm telling you, don't do it. Didn't listen. They came to me and they used my Afghan name, Farid. I said, Farid, I'm going to kill him. I said, no, I'm going to kill him. The Afghans were going to kill the colonel. I had to go back and disarm them all to keep him from killing him because he disrespected him. I had to go back, and what I did, I explained to him, I said, this is total disrespect. This is what's going to happen, da-da-da-da. I went back to the Afghans, and I said, he's terribly sorry. He won't do it again. I lied through my teeth. I did. But it was the only way to prevent an incident. And I talked to him. I understood what was going on. After I understood the culture and the intricacies of what was going on, I could deal with it. You know, I brought him cake, I brought him cigars, I talked about my grandchildren, I talked about my kids, pat me on the back, everything was fine then. And the problem was solved. The same thing that's now, with diversities coming like this, I don't know everybody's background. I don't know the culture of everybody. Example, we had a case of a lady from the islands. She would not look at the police officer. She kept her eyes down like this. And that's all he said. She's lying to me. She's lying to me. She's lying to me. I said, no, she's not. She's lying to me. No, she's not. And they finally come up and said, she's looking down because in her culture, she doesn't look straight into a man's eyes when she's talking. But yet the police officer thought she was lying. And we had to solve it. And I'm saying, this is what we have to know. You can't go into a neighborhood blind and say, we're going to do this stuff, and people are just going to, what? You know, I was never brought up that way. I didn't do this. There's a whole matrix of things that should be done before we make that action or decision. And that's what I'm saying, that's here. That's in this board and here, is that we can go out and find out those answers, because look at this board. We come from every place, all walks of life, everything. If we don't know something about what's going on, nobody will. That's to me. And I look at, we go out there and find these answers and then go back to the police departments and stuff and said, this is the way it is. This is our recommendation on how you can solve some of these problems before they become a major problem. I said, we have enough educated people on this board. All of you have done numerous things, probably more than I have.
Thank you.
And you know. And I said, you know, I'm sorry, I'm just sort of going off here.
Mr. Holloway. No, not a problem. Mr. Holloway.
Yes, please describe how you have worked within a department to initiate strategic alliance with stakeholders within the law enforcement boards and commission and the community. Please give a specific example.
On commissions, would you repeat that again?
Please describe how you have worked within a department to initiate strategic alliances with stakeholders within law enforcement, boards and commission, and the community. Please give a specific example.
In law enforcement, I'll be honest with you, in law enforcement, in most of my, as dealing in law enforcement, that was usually the job of the chiefs that I worked for. And my goals in that is, again, I go out and talk to people. I'm a talker. Now, if you're talking about strategic goals and things like this, I would have to go to the law enforcement side of it at the federal level, because I had to do this overseas, and we're talking about 2 countries, and in strategic goals of nations. My job was, in that case, was to work to keep the police, to develop policies and procedures where you have 2 governments that aren't really aligned with each other to try to come together in some form or way. I probably guess that's because when they gave me the oversight, when the State Department, I had the oversight over the law enforcement training in Iraq. Why they gave it to me? Because of my mouth. At the time, our strategic goals were to get them trained, but they left it to our British counterparts, I'll put it. And the British way of doing things are not the American way of doing things. And their strategic look was to get things done by a piece of paper with a lot of numbers on it, whether it was accurate or not. I had to tread very lightly. I had to make sure, I don't know, it was on TV, and it was also, it came up in front of the Senate committee on this. The training part of it, they were saying that they had all these many people trained, but they didn't. And I was involved in catching them and trying to straighten it out. Rearranging, what we had to do in order to fix it, because we got put on a timetable, because basically, you're in a war zone and things are happening and you're trying to fix something that someone else broke. It was quite a task. And I had to look at it, and if you want to say strategic part of it, I had to look at it not just as, a small police department. I had to look at it as 135,000 people who I had to make sure that weren't in conflict with another 135,000 in another portion of the government which didn't like each other. It was a challenge. It worked out somewhat, because as you know, we were there long after 2006. And I had believe me, I had many arguments, and I could name the generals that I had arguments with and some of the ambassadors that wanted to throw me out of the country because I told them they were wrong, and they didn't like the idea they were wrong. But they were wrong, because it did come up. And it came up in an investigation in the Senate subcommittees that they did things that they shouldn't do, and I warned them. As far as the community, like I said, I go back to my own hometown. I spent a lot of time, working on how, as a matter of fact, on one of the goals is that they asked me to develop the police department for my city. When I started from, I want buttons and bows and pencils and pens, from everything from paper clips to cars, uniforms, and everything, the entire budget from scratch. Which would be cost effective, having our own or having the contract? And I had to go out into the community and say, what do you want? Of course, they said whatever's the cheapest. So if you want, as far as strategic, I had to come up with a 5-year plan as to what's the starting cost, what is it going to look like in 5 years, what are we going to look like in population and growth in 10, and what's the size, where are we going to be for building, capital. That portion of it, yes. But as I was going through the departments, being the community liaison was only if I did it, not because I was told to do it. So I can't pat myself on the shoulder for that small portion of it, but other things, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Van Dusen. Ms. Hadley.
All right, any follow-up or clarifying questions from the board? Mr.
Yes, sir.
Holloway?
Yes, I see where I guess you was an instructor or something at Rochester Police Academy. And you taught family crisis intervention and shoot, don't shoot.
Yes.
Can you kind of elaborate why it's so important for any department to train the people in shoot, don't shoot?
At the time, it was new technology. And what we had was that you had a person with a knife, somebody with a baby, civilian, and like I said, people, they draw their guns, and that's why I went back to maturity. Most all these issues that we have, I'm hoping can be resolved through education and training. If they don't know about what to do, they can't do it. It's like I said, when I saw this person in the car, I went out and became an EMT because I couldn't stand the fact of sitting there not being able to do something. In shoot, don't shoot, what it was silhouettes on the wall. They would have different versions of different people holding different weapons or not weapons. And they learned to recognize who was the threat and who was not the threat. That was basically what it was. This is not a threat, you don't shoot that person. But in that program is that, it was, everybody's going to shoot. It was not a situation where you didn't shoot at all. It was for training for shooting purposes, for recognizing the bad person and how well you could shoot under stress. But that's a long time ago. I mean, we have similar situations, more technology now, but it is still used in departments. Crisis management, again, it's basically then it was domestic violence. We call it domestic violence now. Now back there we called it family issues. And we set that up because we had so many people going into domestic problems getting injured because they didn't know how to handle it. They always, they go in and they automatically assumed one person was the aggressor and they got arrested. It was like in some places, whoever's standing gets arrested. And they might not be the aggressor. They might be a victim, but they just have to get the last blow in to protect themselves. So we started these programs like this to change the mindset that that person might not be the bad guy. They might be the victim. So we had to understand these things, and this is what I said about education. It comes down to education training. And I'm a firm believer in training. And I think the more training they get, I mean, statistics show it, that the more educated the police officer is, the fewer arrests they make, but they have a better conviction rate. They're good arrests than the uneducated officer who makes a lot of arrests. It gets no convictions. They're just making arrests because it chalks a number up on their stats. It's like traffic cops. The traffic cops write lots of tickets. The more tickets they write, the more revenue is generated through the taxing and the policy. So,
Thank you. Ms. Hadley.
Yes, thank you. So we have just a couple minutes left. If you want to make a closing statement or comment, you are welcome, and then we are finished.
Thank you for allowing me to be here. I didn't think I was coming back. I'm glad you gave me the opportunity to come back so that I could meet with all of you. I've done a lot in my life. I've done extremely a lot, and there's a lot of stuff that you haven't even heard, and things I've been involved in. Human trafficking, war crimes. If it's a crime that's on the book, I've been involved in it, from murders to petty thefts to the horrible stuff that went on overseas that I had to deal with. And I don't regret it. I mean, I don't regret it. I did the best I could in the circumstances to make others do the best they could under those same circumstances. I feel that in my career, I feel I made an impact on a lot of police officers. I know I have where I live because I still have police officers coming up to me and says, "Oh, I remember I had you in my class," you know. And one of the things I've always stood with is that I told them the truth. I never lied to anybody. You will never find anybody that I stood up for that I would lie to, and I would never lie to anybody. That's my honor. It's my code. I don't do that. I'm the type of person that if you ask me a question, I'll tell you the truth. If I don't know the answer, I'll tell you I don't know the answer, but I will find it for you. Law enforcement, I've been involved in it since I was 16 years old. I've started out as a volunteer diver for the New York State Police in my hometown. And the first time I ever found a body was the most awful thing I ever had in my entire life. When you're 16, you find somebody in the water. I thought I was going to die. But I didn't want to become a cop then. Actually, I wanted to go to school to be a football coach. And unfortunately, the military had other obligations for me, and I lost my scholarship and ended up going in the military and ended up getting in my law enforcement career. And they sort of got me hooked because I got to do a lot of things overseas that most people don't. I've held one of the highest security clearances the government can issue. I've dealt with, I had 38 countries I worked with, 18 countries at least, police departments, 13 that I worked closely with with cases. I've studied some of their laws between the French and the British and the German, which are kind of unique. I mean, you probably see them in law school, how things are a little bit different. But I do that because of learning. It's something that you can pass on to others. And I just think it's just something that makes you grow. Another thing is that when I grew up in a town of 5,000 people, a well-diversified town. Who I went to kindergarten with, I graduated from high school with. We had no idea about anything, any racial issues. I'm going to say it. That's as far as I'll say it. Had none. Nobody cared. My best friends to this day are still my best friends. Until I left my little cubbyhole and went out into the big world and ended up in the military, when I began to see things that shouldn't be. And I learned. It was a growing process, and I'm glad that I did it. And because I'm glad that I did it, I'm glad that I want to bring that to this community. So, like I said, I'm from Florida. I'm willing to make the change in a heartbeat. I hold no prejudice, no preconceptions about anything about the area. I come in with a clean slate. I'm the one that I want to say, I want to learn what really is going on without any outside influence saying it's this or that, like the news. I hate the news, okay? I mean, I'm just not a news person. You know, it's like Facebook and stuff like this. You know, that's a lot of BS. If I can't learn from talking to you, I will never learn from anybody. And that's the way I see what's going to go on here. And I feel that would be my job to do that. I've done that all my life. I've done it under the most adverse situations. I'm still here. Nobody is, well, I won't say nobody shot at me, but I've done my best to solve situations both domestically, internationally, and I think that in most cases I've solved those problems. And I think that the issues that you might be facing here, I think I can solve those issues. I'm not going to say I solve every one of them, but I can come damn close. And I would do my best to do that.
All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate that, and that wraps us up.
Thank you, Mr. Vendis.
Anybody got anything, last parting shots at me here? Yeah.
No
I'm
shots
ready.
at all. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Board, at this time, we'll take a 15-minute break and then begin deliberations. I promised you a snack. We're going to feed the 5,000 in here, and it will be a snack, but I'm actually going to see if we can increase our order a little bit because it's for the room here as well. But let's look at the clock here. I see here I'm about 20-something past the hour, so let's say 6:35. We'll begin promptly with our deliberation. Just a reminder, please, again, with Sunshine Law, we want to be thoughtful and cognizant that we can't have any conversations as board members about the candidates, and we'll come back and discuss all 5. Thank you so much. We're going to come back to order. If you could make your way, board members, back to your seat.
I found this online.
Hope everyone had a good break. Just awareness, if you didn't get enough, or if you just got enough capacity for a little bit more, we'll have round 2 coming in about 10 minutes. So board members, not you, you have to stay right here. No, feel free to get up and enjoy it. I'm not taking any pizza home, so please help yourself. And with that, we'll open the space first and foremost to Ms. Hadley and Ms. Hall for guidance and direction here before we begin our deliberation.
All right. So the goal for tonight is to, for the outcome, the successful outcome is to have a consensus ranking of all 5 candidates. I want to remind you that the 2 candidates that were interviewed last week are on the floor for consideration as well. If you have, as I mentioned earlier, we have received background checks and references for the 3 candidates that you interviewed this evening. If you have questions about those, I have that information with me as well. So with that, I'll hand it back over to you, Chair Davis.
Thank you. I think naturally, in front of us, I think, let me start here and thank the board member. We were all doing a bit of research in that short space of break, and I want to open the space for the conversation similar to what we did before. And I will, unless the board has a problem with this, I'd like to just keep my comments to the end and thoughts so that I can hear everyone else. And so anyone, and let's say this, I like to, at least for this one, maybe we do need to turn around some placards, or for this side, if I can just see your eye, Ms. Marsh, don't worry about reach for a placard, it's all good. I can catch you, but I'd like for us to keep some order here, considering we all have thoughts here. Anyone would like to begin?
Could you please turn your mic on? We can't hear you.
Can you explain the intent of passing this around?
Mr. Campbell-Gooch?
So that was just a bit of research I stumbled upon real quick. I know we had a lot of conversation about Fennell and Whedon's legal things that they had in the air. So I figured that, and for the sake of fairness, everybody should see this as well.
And so, yes, Ms. Hall.
Just a point of clarification. While I think that the information that's been distributed can be digested by you, because it was not discussed as part of the interview process like the others, likely the deliberation of the information that's been distributed should not necessarily be considered for the purposes of making the determination. I think part of the reason why that deliberation could have occurred last time is because those questions were asked and posed as part of the interview process. So I think that's the distinction. I just want to make sure that you understand that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I completely, and I stumbled across this during the break. If I would have stumbled across it before, we could have had the conversation, but for the sake of transparency, I wanted to share it.
Thank you. Any other, any conversation? Anyone have a front runner in mind, someone they would, out of the 5, thoughts? Or do you want to go around like we did before? I'm open to it as well. Yep, Mr. Campbell-Gooch.
If everyone's okay with it, I would love to hear how's everyone feeling, thinking about the 5, the selection, just kind of the same style we did last time, just doing a circle. If you want a very specific question, things that they like about each candidate and things that they don't like, we can do it like that. Or we can go each candidate and talk about those things candidate by candidate.
Yeah, I think better, a little bit stayed on the back end here. Let's talk about strengths and then opportunities for growth. And I say that, it may sound a little wonky, but it also, it does have an impact on the way you share. Words have power, right? And so, you talk to my exes, they might tell you they don't like me, but they might also tell you politely they like my opportunities, and I like that a little bit better, right? And so let's talk about opportunities here, and I appreciate that, Mr. Campbell-Gooch. I think it's a great idea.
Do you want to go candidate by candidate since we are discussing all 5?
Sure. That's fine. Yeah, and you can kick us off if you like. In fairness, too, let's start in order and to be thoughtful and succinct. Mr. Fennell.
What are the 2? I know the second one's opportunity for growth.
Oh, just their strength.
Strengths. So I think Fennell's strength is directly correlated with his experience as being the interim director in Oakland. I think an opportunity for growth would be transparency. I know he can't talk about certain legal legislation that he has going on. And so, yeah, if I can surmise it very, very distinctly, I think his experience and his background as far as like the day-to-day and having that experience on what this should look like, especially when it comes to informing this board as we go forward, certain questions that I know Mr. Sweeney has and questions like that I have that I think he would be able to inform of us what that looks like very, very strictly day-to-day. And then opportunity for growth would be his transparency.
Let's go in order. Mr. Cooper, if you're okay with that, appreciate it. We can go down and pick up.
Sure. I'd say, like Mr. Campbell-Gooch, that the strongest part of Mr. Fennell's application is his prior experience on a similar board, and that the opportunity, I think, is, as Mr. Campbell-Gooch said, the transparency and challenges with board relationship. So, without going into more detail, I think that summarizes it.
Thank you. Chief Turner.
Sorry about that.
I guess that I am sort of in the position of, we've heard several candidates that I think are very good. I agree to a certain extent that Mr. Fennell certainly has experience working with an oversight board. I think that, as was indicated last week, there was some concern regarding the issue that he had in Oakland. I think 2 of the 3 candidates that we heard today were very good. So I guess I'll wait until I hear from the rest of my cohorts here to put a stamp on anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Turner. Ms. Ross.
I also echo the strengths of Mr. Fennell, and I pass on the rest.
Ms. March.
Pretty much what everyone else has said to this point. Mr. Fennell, he does have the experience and the background that was on our wish list of what we would like to see in a candidate. Opportunity for growth, like what everyone else said, and that's the transparency piece of it. As far as Mr. Whedon, he also has a very impressive background as well with community oversight. As far as opportunity, maybe opportunity to grow, maybe communication, and being a little bit more direct with answering questions. Ms. Queen, for me,
Ms. March, let's go through, just so we're fair, we're only going to do that
I'm
one.
sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I just want to give everyone else, and then
Okay.
we'll come back around. Yep. Mr. Holloway. So just talking about Mr. Fennell as a candidate, and then we'll come back around from that. And Mr. Fennell, as far as let's give your top strength you believe of him, and then what opportunities, and we can say / weaknesses. I think that's fair as well. And I mean that for all candidates as well, because some things might be an opportunity for growth, and then some are learning curves that are not within reach. It's okay.
Just go with him or just go through all
Just
of them?
him.
Just him?
Thank you. Yeah.
I think he has experience working with Oversight Board, and it would be good to have him because it's just like somebody with experience hitting the road running, So we can expect him to know how to facilitate this body. So that's how I see him.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
I agree with what's been said about his strength, that he has experience, but also agree with what's been said about his opportunities for growth. Do you think it would be better, just as a side note, for us to maybe rank our top 2 candidates each, and instead of, I don't know, it seems like it's going to take a long time for us to go through each.
Yeah, I hear you. I think on the ranking side, there's an answer from HR on that. We talked about the ranking versus consensus. Ms. Hall, Ms. Hadley, on that.
I'm looking a little at Wanda, too. I mean, because I think there's a middle ground. I think your point's well taken. As I'm watching this process play out, I'm trying to think about how it's helpful to the board, because it can probably get pretty confusing pretty quick, trying to remember. Knowing that there's been significant discussion on the first 2 candidates, but very limited discussion, if any, on the following 3. I think possibly coming to consensus about maybe even the 3 that you'd like to discuss in more detail, maybe the way to frame it. Because I get a sense that people at this point are probably interested in talking about 3 that they are interested in trying to figure out whether they're a good fit. And I think framing it that way, instead of saying these are my top 3, frankly, could be the board members talking about the 3 that they'd like to discuss a little further in depth at this point. Does that seem like a fair approach?
That works for everyone?
Yeah, I think that's great. I
Okay.
mean, I don't know if we would have to come to a consensus on the top three then?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we would. And I'm assuming from the I heard here, Ms. Hildreth and Mr. Sweeney are okay with not getting their mic time individually. But I think we would have to come to that, right, Ms. Hall?
Yes, but I think starting that discussion, I think, I get a sense it's going to be more cohesive than you may think. So I think if we quickly go through the ones that you would prefer to discuss more in depth, I think we'll find some consistencies, and then the board can figure out from there who they'd like to discuss first.
Okay. Great. Okay. Any conversation there with this new approach? Anyone want to share a candidate that would like to talk about in more depth?
Let's just start at one end.
Oh, Mr. Sweeney.
I'm just saying I'm willing to throw out,
Okay.
I'm willing to suggest 3 names just to start the process, if that's what you're
Yeah,
looking for.
I think that's fine, yeah. Yes, thank you.
Then I would suggest Mr. Whedon and Ms. Quinn and Mr. Clausy.
So Mr. Whedon, Miss Quinn,
Quinn, yep.
Miss Queen?
Queen.
Like Queen.
I mispronounced it.
No, I picked it up, so my apologies too. Miss Queen and then Mr. Clausy. Okay. Any dissenting opinions, differing opinions, additional thoughts and feelings? Mr. Campbell Gooch.
So are we all giving our individual top 3, or are we finna vote on?
Well, we're not talking about voting. At this point, we want to see if we have a consensus here. If we, as a group, have a consensus that these are the 3 we want to go into a deeper conversation about. Ms. Hall, clarify for me, Ms. Hadley, if I'm
No, I
please
think that's
feel free.
right. Who we'd like at this point to discuss a little further and a little more in depth.
Okay.
Sure. So, picking that up, Mr. Campbell Gooch, what do you have thoughts on that?
My 3 would be Fennell, Whedon, and Queen.
Tied to this, I'd appreciate some discussion here a little bit because, I hear Mr. Fennell, as your conversation here differs in one candidate there, so that'd be helpful to know too.
So with Fennell and Whedon, I think we have an advantage of being able, we don't have a learning curve. We have an advantage of being able for them to hit the ground running, give us exactly what we need right now, and answer some questions and have direct experience on what those answers would look like playing out. I think they give us an advantage, and we have such a short window that I think we need all hands on deck and all tools available when it comes to our arsenal, when it comes to rolling this out, where the community will feel engaged, where they will feel like their vote counted, and where they can start trusting immediately. I think I think with Queen, she has the ability to, from my discussion, have a relationship portion that I think she has over the other 2 candidates. And I think the relationship portion is major here. So that's why those 3 are mine, is I think that those 3 can hit the ground running as fast as possible, and the community, and centering the community, I think those 3 would be what we call a credible messenger. They would be able to speak to the people that would directly use this, and directly use this as a tool to feel secure and safe in their community.
Anyone else? Ms. Ross?
Okay. I like Whedon, Clausy, and Queen.
Okay. Whedon, Clausy, and Queen.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Martinez?
Fennell, Queen, and Clausy.
Mr. Cooper, and then Chief Turner.
I would suggest Whedon, Queen, and Clausy.
Thank you. Chief Turner.
Fennell, Queen, and Clousey.
Thank you. Mr. Campbell-Gooch.
I'm extremely curious on why. That's all. I think we're doing
Why what, though?
why people are choosing those three. Chair, you kind of talked about having a discussion piece behind instead of just talking about it and selecting your three. So I'm very curious on why people are making that selection. I think we owe it to the people that are watching, the people that are in the crowd, to start expressing that so we can move the discussion forward.
I hear you. Ms. Ross, I see your hand, and then we can come back for that part.
I would like to continue the process that we're going and have a discussion later.
Okay. We only have, I think, 3 of us that haven't done that, but let me pause here. Is there, I hear Mr. Campbell-Gooch's, I hear your perspective here. I also want to make sure that everyone's voice is being heard. But I do think, and I take your point, that if you speak publicly about this, and we're all board members here, and you put your weight towards these 3 as a discussion, you should be willing to share the narrative of why, too. That's so critically important. And so since we only have 2 of us, I think 3 of us, Ms. Hildreth, do you have anything you want to share on that?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm interested in further discussion about Whedon, Queen, and Clousey, and I'm prepared to discuss my reasons for each once we come to that point in the process.
Thank you. Mr. Holloway.
Yes, Whedon, Fennell, and Dawson.
Clousey?
Dawson, D-U-S-E-N, Dr. Fred.
Van Dusen. Apologies, okay. Van Dusen, okay.
So what were the 3 again? I'm sorry.
Kind of our critical mass here was Whedon, Clousey, and Queen. However, we do have Fennell. Mr. Holloway's, I'm sorry. He said Dr. Van Dusen. Fennell, correct, Mr. Holloway? And
Whedon and Dr. Frederick Dawson.
yeah, that's who it was. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. All right, and we can start the why if everyone's comfortable with that as well. Ms. Marsh, would you mind beginning us on that since you were starting that conversation?
So let me actually give you my 3, because I didn't do that. Fennell, Whedon, and Queen. And I think I explained about Fennell and Whedon, so I won't rehash that out again. But Queen is in my top 3 because I think it's really important for someone to understand restorative justice and how it relates to community oversight. I think it was really important also about her history, how she can go from the police department, being a police officer, to working for the public defender's office. And that's a huge transition. It requires you to think different. And the things that she did after making that transition. And that's why she ended up in my top 3. My concern is that how much experience she's had with community oversight, or the lack of experience with community oversight boards specifically. I think we've already discussed the other 2, which were in my top 3, Fennell and Whedon, and my position hasn't changed on that as far as their strength and their weaknesses.
Thank you. Ms. Ross?
Okay, I'm sorry. For Whedon, I like his experience, and we can take off running with him. Queen, I also echo restorative justice, all the work that she has done, and her compassion for communities, shaping communities. And Clousey, I just think he's more people person.
Thank you. Chief Turner.
Okay, I think I've already stated my position on Fennell. And I think both Queen and Clousey possess some of the qualities that I would think would make a good executive director. They both talked about engaging the community and also engaging the police department. Both expressed good organizational skills and how they would organize beginning from the time that whichever one's appointed or hired, trying to structure the oversight board, not the board, but the personnel. I would put both of them in the same category because I do think that they're both good. The only difference when we talk about Fennell, he's had the experience before. He's worked with the Oversight Board. And that's basically the only difference I see between those three candidates.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Chief Turner. Mr. Cooper.
Sure. I guess my thoughts are with regard to Queen. I think she brings, frankly, a more diverse background than any of the other candidates that we heard from. She was a police officer, which I think is very important. She has experience with criminal justice and restorative justice. She's worked as a policy analyst, which I think is very important because there are two aspects to the job of this board. One is to process complaints. The other is to do policy research and make proposals about policing practices, and I think that sets her up well for that. Has done public advocacy, and admittedly, she has not been on an oversight board or worked for an oversight board. But what I also like about her is that she's been a city government office holder, and so I think that brings a perspective about how city government works, which would be very helpful. Clousey, I thought brought a vast amount of police experience, which I thought was very good. I appreciated his enthusiasm, his commitment. I thought he was articulate, straightforward, does not have a policy background. And so I think, what I would think to me as a opportunity for him is expanding his perspective of what he brings. And Whedon, I think as we discussed last week, does have probably the most experience on the board, but concerns I have there is just the track record of that board. So those are my thoughts on those three.
Thank you. Mr. Campbell-Gooch.
I think my position on Fennell and Whedon is clear. I think we're all on a consensus as far as strengths and opportunities for growth. Queen, like I said before, I think the relationship portion of the restorative piece that she talked about is very important. My concern and my opportunities for growth for Queen is that there was a lot of theory in her talking, and so it's very difficult for me to gauge what actually she has done. You know what I'm saying? And when I look at her application and her job history, I noticed that she's only at places 2 years, and then the reason for leaving is opportunity. So my fear is that if she becomes ED, then there won't be no stability in the position. That's what my fear is. So that's my opportunity for growth for her.
Thank you. Ms. Hildreth.
Thank you. Mr. Whedon, in reviewing my notes, one of the things that I had marked is not only his experience and his ability to hit the ground running, but this detail orientation. There was a point where he spoke of having rights protective interview protocol that he would want to, as he was standing up the investigation unit, make sure that everyone's rights were protected. And it was that kind of systemic attention to detail that also advanced the ethos and the goals that we were looking for that I heard in him consistently. And I think that that was one of his great strengths to my mind. I don't know if I would call it an opportunity, just my hesitation is that his experience was gained in Chicago, a very large and very old and entrenched system. So he has experience in trying to make the best of a system he found, but that's not necessarily the same entrepreneurial skill of building something new and strong from the ground up. And so I don't know that we had an opportunity to even view or assess those opportunities. Ms. Queen, I share the breadth of the notes that came out were restorative justice and that pivot from law enforcement to defense. I did not take lightly the work that she has done in assisting in crafting mitigation portfolio for persons facing serious, that's just, there's compassion, but there's also, again, system and rigor in that, and that was very compelling for me. I do share Mr. Campbell-Gooch's concern about theory. One of the things I was looking for, particularly in the first 100-day question, looking for in what are the biggest challenges facing, is concrete. I'm worried about this. I'm worried about maybe the state preemption and what would happen with that. I am wondering what it's going to be like to come into a community. I'm looking for very crisp detail of how I'm going to come in and start managing, and I did not hear that as much from her. Finally, from Mr. Clausey, one of the things that really attracted me to him as a candidate is we talked about it, but that whole notion of the Nashville nexus. What about our community? What impresses you about our community? I think there was a follow-up from last week that I wish I had heard asked across the board here, but it came through with him. You know, whether it's Franklin or just up the road, and I'm not going to get it, and the amount of preparation he did. I'm going to say I was feeling profiled for a moment. He watched everything. Right. He read everything. Right. And that's the kind of detail I want to see when somebody's investigating a case, when they are investigating or excavating policy and looking for other ways to do it. He has a plan. He has a plan of going to Knoxville, of asking people. That just, I think, is amazing. The downside would be, it is Franklin, we're Nashville, and the lack of experience specifically with the COB. So those would be my three. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sweeney.
Mr. Fennell would have been my number one choice.
Mr. Sweeney, would you turn on your mic, please? Thank you.
He's a habitual
Yes, I am a habitual violator. Mr. Fennell would have been my number one choice because of the extent of the experience that he has and his background. But as we talked about last time, there were a couple of concerns. One had to do with preparation, and that he wasn't prepared to answer the tough question when it was presented, and it was something that should have been anticipated. And the reason why I asked if we've heard anything more about the other two candidates is I would have thought, based upon the questions that we're asking of him, he might have thought there's something good to do to kind of solidify his position, to kind of explain to us what had happened. And he didn't, and we still haven't heard from his reference who was his boss. And I'm concerned that there's something out there that we're not aware of, and that if we make the decision on him, that we could be very, very surprised. And that's a big concern because I think it's really important that we get off to a good start and we make the right decision. And it's regrettable, I think, that we don't have that additional information, but that's kind of what we're faced with. Mr. Whedon, for one of the same reasons I like Mr. Fennell, I like Mr. Whedon, where he has that extensive experience. I also like the fact that he's a lawyer. And a lot of what we're going to do here is law-related, so I think that's an advantage. On the other hand, the board that he served has been roundly criticized in the most basic terms. And even if he was only a deputy administrator, he gets a certain responsibility for that, and he stayed there for an extended period of time when it was poorly performing. And if you're working there and you can't change it and it doesn't seem to be working right, then it would be advisable to make another choice. But he does have that experience. He is a lawyer. I think that's an advantage. I think he's very much somebody who we should consider. As far as Ms. Queen, I like the fact that she created the Innocence Project in Kentucky. She took something from scratch, which is what we're doing here now, and had to come up with all the policies and all the procedures and all the mechanisms for it, which shows beyond the academic and shows actual performance in a very critical area that's related, to what we do here, and very much involved with the community. Having done one post-conviction death penalty case myself, I well understand what she does in her role of developing the penalty phase evidence that gets presented in a death penalty case, which is extraordinarily detailed and extraordinarily sensitive and very much involves engagement if you're going to do it well, both with the family and the community and extended community. And I think that shows that she understands how an investigation should be. By looking at death penalty cases, you see all sorts of failures of systems broadly, which I think is something advantageous. I do have the same concerns about the academic, and she talks a lot about academics. That's a concern. As far as Mr. So I don't mispronounce it again. Classy. I was going to leave out the L. Mr. Classy. I thought it was insightful in his testimony or his presentation here when he talked about his background and what he saw on the inside and how he saw miscarriages and things that needed to be done to address them. And that he was willing to share that in very direct sorts of ways, and insightful as to how he thought his own background might make it more difficult in the position, but how he thought that he could overcome that. He seemed very much as if he was somebody who was a person of action and could perform. And therefore, I thought that was beneficial. The fact that he had run internal affairs, which in certain ways is parallel, in other ways it's not, but in certain ways it's parallel to what we would expect here. On the other hand, he doesn't have that oversight experience per se. I think that pretty much covers it.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Mr. Martinez.
I think I've already stated what I had to say about Fennell, so I'm going to move on to Queen. I also was touched by her passion for restorative justice, for compassion. She said she has an inspirational leadership style. I definitely could see that. I didn't think too much about how academic she came off, given that she doesn't have that much of a college. I mean, she had a college education, and is pursuing her master's online. So I didn't see. To me, it wasn't really. I didn't see the academic in that, especially since, as Mr. Sweeney said, she built up the Kentucky Innocence Project from scratch. She was an elected official, so she was making decisions. She knows how to work these systems. As far as Mr. Clausy, I don't think we had a more prepared candidate in front of us. Somebody who did all his research, watched all the interviews, knows the structure of this board, knows our subcommittees, knows what we're doing in our subcommittees, has a plan for our subcommittees, has a plan for the first 30 days, has a plan for the 60 days, and wants this board fully operational in 90 days. And he's a former police officer as well. So that he impressed me the most today with the degree of preparation, his attention to detail that I don't think any other candidate showed.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Holloway.
Yes, Anthony Fennell, like I said before, you know, he's had some experience with the Oversight Board. My first choice, Mr. Whedon, he has some experience, and he's an attorney. It's my second choice. But my third choice is Dr. Frederick Doosan. And why I chose him, because I'm impressed with him about the training he's been involved in, when to shoot and not to shoot. That's been troubling all over the United States, bad police shooting. And his training, expertise, will be beneficial for us to know when a good shooting and when it's not a good shooting. And that's my third choice.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Holloway. Okay. I was trying to think quickly about the order of operations I should use here. I want to be fair, so I will. I'm going to share my three. I'm going to go in order how they interview, not necessarily in order of how I feel here. Right. So that would be Wheaton, Queen, and Clausy, and that is because we have to pick three. And then let me just say this, because we heard the word diversity a lot in just about every interview, which I think is wonderful that we have candidates that have awareness of that. I want to put myself out in front, and then you all can decide to do it if you like. But for me right now, as we make this decision, I'm having to unpack any unconscious bias I might have, right? And so I'm doing, and I've been trying to do this throughout the process, is that you look at the candidate, right? You almost want to cover up the name, and you listen to their story and their narrative, right? And that, you know, whether any of us want to admit it, we come into this and we probably thought, you know, our ED is going to look like this. They're going to have this background. But as we've gone through these interviews, I don't know for everyone else, but for me, I've had to really do a balancing act of, well, what is it that we need our ED to be able to do on day one? And there are certain things that this ED, I'm sorry, but they're not going to be able to learn on the job. If they don't have policy experience, that's going to be a really hard thing to pick up an ED role. You just don't do it that way, right? I do take into consideration the importance of having a legal background as well. I know they'll have attorneys, but at least having that JD training is important, even if they haven't been, you know, practicing. I think to that same point of awareness of government is important, but then also let me just point out that we said the word community more than 5 or 6 times in each interview, and whether that is perfectly clear on the resume or it came out there at the table, I needed that as well. So those were the things that I was looking for. Ideally, I'd like for someone to come who was a former ED of a community oversight board. But when I saw the preparation of Mr. Clausy, and I compared that to Mr. Fennell, there's no way in the world I could feel that we were doing our board justice if we didn't have a candidate that was at least somewhere in the middle of that preparation. Maybe that we saw both ends of it, I think, here in the preparation zone. But I think those are things that I'm thinking about. And I welcome anyone to tell me what they were thinking about as well. I will say about Ms. Queen, her experience, I think Ms. Hildreth said it best. We'd be remiss not to just point out just embarrassment of riches in her experience when it comes to the restorative justice. I do take the theory. I heard it. I was looking for concrete examples as well. But then at the same time, I don't know about everyone else, I keep thinking of, well, if we choose this person, then what does the number 2 need to be like, right? And I don't think we should forget that we're going to have a position and an opportunity to be present in those conversations as well. So if we are missing X at the top, by golly, we're going to have it at the number 2 slot, right? And so don't say all that to come to an end. I just think those are things I'd like for us to think about. Thank you. Mr. Campbell-Gooch.
And I really do appreciate the self-processing that you just talked about when it comes to these candidates. What I keep thinking about, my pathology is about the people from my community who would benefit from this board functioning, and who would make them feel less skeptical about embracing the system.
Mr. Campbell-Gooch, is your mic on?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
I can
okay.
speak louder. I can speak louder. So I've just been centering the community members that I know, that I relate to, that I live near, and just really thinking about which candidate would reinforce them using the services that we're going to provide and make them less skeptical about using the system to create some social change in a system that sometimes feels overbearing and pressuring to them. And so I just wanted to add that piece, because I think the idea of self-refining helps you make a decision, and I think also centering the people that got this established and that this was established to serve is also pivotal in making this decision.
Sure is. I agree. Ms. Ross?
Yes, I also echo the community piece. I'm here representing the community, and I really want to see somebody that really can work in the community, take off running, and does have a legal background, because so many in the community don't have a legal background, and to establish that trust that somebody that's leading this oversight board as an executive director does have a legal background, and that somebody that knows and has worked in communities. And that's why I really like Mr. Wheaton, because he was in one of the toughest of the tough communities in Chicago. And I like to respect that.
Thank you. So as we went around, it seems there were some who had higher votes than other response, but Ms. Marsh, your comments.
So I just want to say that Mr. Clousey, he's a very attractive candidate. I mean, as far as his passion, he's in human resource, but I think he's probably in the wrong field, because he's very, he was prepared, but his hopes and desire for the community and for law enforcement and to create a bridge between those two, it came through. He's very passionate about it. He was not in my top 3. And I just want to reiterate what Madam Chair said about there's a number 2 spot. And so I would hope to see some of the people we saw here today being considered for that number 2 position.
Thank you, Ms. Marsh. Yes, Ms. Hall.
Just to speak to that point, the 3 candidates that spoke today had not been invited forward to this, and so they knew and were given the opportunity to apply for the assistant director positions, and out of an abundance of caution, because the position had been posted and we were collecting applications, we told the 2 gentlemen last week if they were interested, knowing that one of them would possibly not be successful, because you can only select one, that the time to apply was quickly after their interview, and encouraged them to apply. So I think, just to your point, I want to make sure that you're aware that Human Resources did some outreach to the 5 candidates today about their interest of applying to either as appropriate, the senior legal advisor or the assistant director position, but we also would drop the investigator for those that have been interested, but we brought that to their attention. I want to make sure you know that we did that due diligence because we agree that there could be several good candidates in the mix that are relevant in this field that could be in a number of different positions.
Thank you. Mr. Sweeney?
And did you say that any of them have applied, or what's the time period for them?
Yeah.
They have all applied.
Good.
Great. Mr. Kamaguchi, you have something? I thought you were, okay. That was your question? Okay. So we have this. Taking that in mind, which is wonderful to know. And then we don't even know the candidates we haven't seen that could ring that bell even more. If folks are comfortable with it, I'd like to have a conversation that starts to thin the candidates out, at least so that we can get to 3 and have a concrete conversation. And I follow Ms. Hall and Ms. Hatley's direction here, but by conversation, it seems as if Mr. Whedon, Ms. Queen, and Mr. Clossy had a larger consensus of discussion and agreement here. So how does the board feel about that? Yeah, Ms. Hildreth.
Thank you. Madam Chair, as we go into this second phase in deliberation, I've been sitting here thinking about it, and I'm listening to everybody. And I'd like to reiterate something that I think I said in the very first time we met together, that I conceive of my most important space at this table as being whatever kind of advisor or resource to the community voices. So I would hope that as we start this conversation, that the first voices that come out most robustly, I would really like to hear what the community nominated members of the board feel first. That just is something important. I'd like to say that.
Thank you. Chief Turner, Ms. Ross, myself, and of course, Mr. Kamaguchi. I think that's the count and awareness. And we've all gone around in that space. I think naturally the voices have come together. I take Ms. Hildreth's point as well. But are there responses to what I just shared too, or dissenting opinions? Because I'm certainly always open to that too. Yes.
I just feel the need to share. And as I don't know if anyone noticed, I'm used to being very direct. So when I want to share something, I know I have to pick my words very carefully here. So I'm just going to ask people for space and grace when it comes to the next couple sentences. When it comes to Clossy, I do appreciate his work. He does a lot of hard work, and I think he is on the right path. But if it comes out tomorrow that he is the executive director, I know myself as a community member would say, that just went out the window immediately. That's just how I'm feeling, you know what I'm saying? I know that, and I'm just trying to center very specifically the boys on my caseload. I know if they see that image, you know what I'm saying, if they hear that he's a former police officer, he's a former cop, and this is supposed to be the person that's in charge of my protection and my safety, it just feels like it's already the system again. And it just confirms everything that I already feel. And so, I didn't know how to communicate that without it sounding like us versus them, but that's what it would feel like as soon as that got into my visual space.
Mr. Sweeney and then Ms. Ross.
Can I just ask a question, Jamal? Do you feel the reaction would be the same if they had heard him testify?
Yes, because some of the things, that's why I asked him the question about over-policing, right? Having a conversation with a community member about a high-crime area, right? And asking them, what should we do? And them saying, you should go. And then sending police officers into that area, because of a suggestion of a community member sounds like over-policing, and I've heard it presented in that way and excused in that way. And so I definitely think the skepticism would still be there. And I appreciate the brother. I know him from other areas, and I know of his work. Also, the kind of dropping names of people in the room, talking about my organization very specifically, it felt like a bit of a show, and that's how it would feel to me, even if I wasn't on this board. I would have a bunch of questions about, okay, so what does that mean? So what actually are you proposing? Like trying to get some structure and try to make sure that my emotions, when it comes to liking the individual in front of me, were brought down. Because in my community, when people come at you like that, you know what I'm saying? I seen you on Instagram. I saw what you were saying on Facebook. It's just like, okay, what's the hook? What you about to ask me for? And that's what I started feeling like in the conversation. And that's just how I feel if someone were to be watching it from the area that I'm from.
Ms. Ross?
Like I said last week, we need to get this right. And I share the same comments of Mr. Clausey, and I really don't think Ms. Queens has what it takes in terms of relating to the community. To me, she talked a good game, and like that, she had the time to do more research than the other individuals that we interviewed last week. So I'm just going to say, we need to get this right.
Chief Turner?
I certainly believe that whomever we select, we're not going to get the perfect person. That's going to be virtually impossible. But I do think that we need to look at the qualities that each one of the candidates have and try to make a decision which one's going to be best suited. I certainly agree that there's going to be disenchantment, whomever is selected. We're not going to please everybody in the community. But I think whoever we choose will have the task of working and bringing both the law enforcement entity and the community together. That's going to be a massive task. But I certainly think it can be done. And it's not going to be done immediately. The person is going to have to, I know, spend extensive time meeting with various community groups. There's going to be a need to meet with the law enforcement entities. And it's not an easy decision for this board. Because I know, like Brenda said, we want to get it right. And it's going to be difficult to get it 100% right. So those are my comments and those are my thoughts. And I still think that we have 3 good candidates, in my opinion. So whenever we're ready to vote, we can move on.
Guy, as a fourth, board member, Mr. Martinez, I'm not leaving you out of here and forget about you. Do you want to speak now yourself? No? I didn't think so. I felt your spirit. I didn't think you did. A couple of things. I want to say, I think as a board, and I'm saying this as your chair, this is going to be, and we knew this, right? This is going to be the first decision we make as a board where there are going to be clear dissenting opinions, right? We may not in any way like how some of us may not like or agree with, rather, the decision made. However, all 11 of us, and I'm speaking for Dr. Lewis with her not being in this space, are going to fully support whoever sits in that ED role. And I can say that as your chair to say also that if that is how you feel that you cannot do that, then come to me as your chair so that we can talk about what happens next. But I think we have all said before, we are committed to this board and to the purpose of what needs to be done here. Because there's a greater purpose here, bigger than any of the 5 candidates that have come before us. And let's not forget, and let's put here in various exclamation points, that person reports to this board. They report to us, right? They are not going out to run a space without any checks and balances. They will be reporting back to us each and every board meeting. They will be meeting with me as a chair more than they probably ever wanted to. And so we should keep that in mind too. Because this is something we have come together in the last few months putting together, and because the community came together months before that to bring this to inception, we understand why this is important. And I really, truly appreciate us being honest and raw about, one, where we stand and also the perceptions there. I appreciate Mr. Sweeney's question to Mr. Campbell-Gooch. I appreciate Mr. Campbell-Gooch's comments as well. I've been thinking about that as well, right? And I wear the diversity and inclusion hat all day, and so I have to continue to think about unconscious bias and what that is. And I'm putting that in front of everyone and not trying to irritate you, but I want us to think about what Chief Turner said, which is there is no perfect candidate. However, we can run the risk of allowing some or part or a couple of our biases to lead us to a candidate that then comes in and does not serve this board as best as the others. And then that will put us in a position that is far worse than anything else. That to me is important. That's why I keep talking about qualifications, and not because I'm not thinking about the community element, but because I think that we know that we have a few candidates that rise above others. Last thing I just want to say here about the community part, I think it's important, Mr. Campbell-Gooch, what you shared, because I think about my own community. I'm thinking about, you pick up the front page of the paper and go, oh, this person is who this, is leading the ED, in the ED role. I think it means let's say that person comes in, they don't have that clout, or that, and I say that because they haven't been in this community directly, or it just seems on the front face that they don't have it. My question is for the board here, do we think that's an insurmountable feat, right? Like, is it something that they cannot have a team behind them to help them with? And I'm asking because I don't know. I would venture to believe that there are some people that are able to go into community and engage. I didn't take what Mr. Clossy said as him name dropping. I took it as him coming prepared and wanting to share an answer to the question that Ms. Hildreth said that I asked the last time around, which is, what is your connection and what do you know about this space? I thought it mattered that he knew about the origin of it. But I also know that people do name drop. I lived in D.C. for 10 years, so people do name drop. And I understand exactly what you're saying. And so again, I'm sharing my thoughts out here. I don't want to keep them all up here, but as your chair, I just want to be honest about what I'm struggling with as well. I do feel confident that, at least from the way we all just verbally shared our top 3, that if we land with one of those, the 3 that kind of rose to the top there, we're going to be in a good position. But that also will let us know what opportunities are ahead of us, so that our number 2 needs to come in to strengthen them. So I'll pause there. That was my little sermon there. Ms. Mark.
Thank you. I just want to point something out. Out of the 5 candidates, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, 4 are former police officers. So we're going to be more than likely met with that opposition or that challenge when they, with whoever we pick, more than likely, or maybe. So I just want to kind of point that out a little bit, because I know Mr. Campbell-Gooch kind of mentioned about that was one of his concerns with members in his community.
Two.
So, and I was trying to find the dates. I think he's the most recent one.
Who?
Clausey.
Okay.
I think he is. I'm not really sure. I think it's 2015. 2013? Yeah. Yeah.
Are you speaking about his law enforcement background?
Yeah, I'm speaking about his law enforcement background. I don't really know the ranks of the other ones, but I do think if he had a law enforcement background and then it went straight into oversight or kind of moved like Queens did, I think it would make me feel a little different. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm explaining that well. Oh, okay.
Mr. Martinez? I didn't forget about you.
I agree with you on what you said about I think your comments were about Clausey. I don't want to put words in your mouth. To me, I am listening to Jamel, and I'm trying to think about all of the ramifications of our decision. But I do think we have enough at least to move forward with the top three if we want to go there. I don't know what the process is going to be like to narrow that down.
Yeah, so it does seem like, and I'll say in order of my count here was Queen, Whedon, and then Clausey, where and someone, I know others were taking tick marks with me as well. That's what I have here. So to those that haven't spoken, or quite frankly, for those that maybe voted elsewhere and want to talk about where they would fall between the three of those, Queen, Whedon, and Clausey. Mr. Campagooch.
To speak back to the point the question that you asked, you know, I answer questions. I don't know if people realize that, so I'm trying to lay back. I do think that it might not be insurmountable, but I definitely think that would set us back. You know what I'm saying? And I also think Queen having a learning curve would also set us back as far as the first 100 days. I think with both of those, the first 100 days looks about like trying to get the foundation together, see what's what, who do I need to talk to. And not saying that Whedon wouldn't have to do that, but Whedon's shaky ground would be about relationships in Nashville. You know, the other one's shaky ground would be about what community oversight looks like, what civilian oversight of police looks like, how do I need to do this, what do other boards do, and I could just see them head spinning. They got to hire staff, they need to find an AD, they got to get to know us. It's just a lot, you know what I'm saying? And I think if this board had been up and running already, and this wasn't our first ED, then Clausey and Queen makes sense to me. But since this is the very first one, I think that Whedon makes the most sense right now out of the three keeping it to the three that you just named.
Thank you, Mr. Campagooch. Mr. Martinez.
I have in my notes from Mr. Whedon that his initial strategy for the first 100 days would just be to build trust and to reach out to all constituencies. So I don't see that as something that's going to drive us forward as much as anything else that you just said that was going to hold us back in the answers or the experience of Clausey or Queen. So I'm just putting that up.
No doubt. And to clarify, I was saying that would be the thing that he would need to do, but the other two would need to know how Civilian Oversight Board works on top of that as well. Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Ross? Okay, thank you. So I hear Mr. Campbell-Gooch statement about Mr. Whedon among the three. Does anyone else have thoughts about that? Is there a name amongst the three? And I'm going to continue to name them in order, or rather now in order of how they interviewed. So Whedon, Queen, and Clossy. Is there someone that, if you had to now go from three to picking one? Mr. Holloway, anything?
So those are the ones that look like the three top.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, if we get one of them, then the next person has the opportunity to get this other position. So we'll still have access to, two of the other three.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think we need to go ahead and select number one, and then the next person, when the applications come in for the other position, we go ahead and select them.
Who would be your number one amongst the, are you willing? Whedon?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ross?
Okay, I also would like to select Wheaton. One of my disadvantages of Queen is in her first 30 days. She stated that, wait a minute, she would have to look at the overall community historically when Mr. Wheaton has spent 4 years on 18th and Jefferson. So he knows the community already.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Ms. Ross? Mr. Campbell-Gooch?
I was going to say, for clarity, your number one is Whedon?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anyone else would like to share their thought space amongst Whedon, Queen, and Clossy? Ms. Marsh, are you still thinking? It's only because you're at the end you get picked. You know how in class, you got a last name Adams, you go first, and then, yeah, that's all.
Just that I'm prepared to.
Can you get her mic? She was speaking.
I'm prepared to vote, so I whenever we're ready to do that, I'm ready to do that.
Okay, so I think we're trying to hopefully get to a consensus here. I mean, I hear we had three of our fellow board members express their strong support of Whedon here amongst the three here. And you said you're ready to vote, but in this space, I think when we get to a vote per se, it will be that we're saying our preferred candidate is X, and then we'll have I'll accept a motion there and we'll go from there. So it'll be the fastest thing we've done, I hope, by then. So do you have thoughts or opinion, Ms. Marsh?
I would go with Whedon.
Whedon. Okay, thank you. Chief Turner? You had to know you were next, Ms. Marsh.
We're talking about Wheaton, Queen, and Clossy, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I think based on what I heard from the interview, and I'm talking about organizational skills, I'm talking about engaging both community and law enforcement, but I will go with Queen.
Thank you, Chief Turner. Mr. Cooper.
I would agree with Chief Turner. I think that of the candidates we have before us, Ms. Queen brings the broadest set of experience. She may not have worked directly on the Community Oversight Board, but she has started organizations. She's been very capable. I think she brings a broad range of experience. So as we've all said, there's no perfect candidate, but I think that she fills the most slots and gives us the greatest likelihood of success.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Ms. Hildreth.
I can support Mr. Whedon as our top candidate.
Thank you, Ms. Hildreth. Mr. Sweeney.
I support Whedon as well.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Have you gone, Mr. Martinez? Don't double vote on us here. Okay. Thank you.
For me, I'm having trouble overcoming the amount of time Mr. Whedon spent working for an organization that was deemed a failure. And if we are talking about getting this right, that to me isn't it. So I think I'm leaning toward Queen.
Okay. So, I think Mr. Campbell-Guchak.
I started.
Yeah, absolutely. And everyone has, I hope. Oh, I thought, yeah, we came back to Mr. Holloway. Yeah, we went a little bit out of order, and that's certainly my fault. But I believe everyone has been captured here. Their votes have been captured. So I'll tell you here, you don't certainly need my vote, but Mr. Whedon does have the strongest number of support here. I think I count 6-3 on my side, and I know other people were, but I got 6-3. And so amongst us here, but I want to be very thoughtful and fair here. Between the two, Mr. Whedon would be my selection. In Mr. Martinez, I have to say this as a colleague here, I take your points, and also Mr. Cooper has talked to us about this as well. We've spoken about this as a board. Again, I think it provides an opportunity when the person comes on about how we move forward, and what we're aware of. I mean, we are making a decision as a board to take this on, but we're taking both the good and the opportunities, as we'll say it here. And I hope I'm starting a thread here of saying that, but that's where I am. So that would be 7-3. Any discussion with that in mind for our colleagues on the voting side of Ms. Queen or for others as well? Mr. Martinez.
It just takes a majority vote, right?
Well, we want to have a consensus. We want to have a consensus, which we do here right now, and then from there we would take a motion, but I'll yield to Ms. Hatley and Ms. Hall here.
So we do have to have a consensus?
Having done this process a number of times with the board and speaking, the chair very eloquently, briefly touched on it earlier, whoever you select for this position needs the full support of the board. The caution and our experience in this field is that when we're doing split votes, that there could be, which is all public record, that there could be perceptions that those individuals that didn't vote don't have the full vote of confidence for the person in a position, and we're trying to help take any discourse out of the process kind of away so that you can speak in that voice. So is based on an abundance of experience working with board-appointed Metro executives.
Thank you. So with that, Mr. William Whedon does have the consensus of the board here, with our second preferred choice being Ms. Diana Queen. Ms. Hall?
If I may ask a question, would that then imply that Mr. Clossy would be assumedly in the rank of third? And we, by the way, we're trying to keep you safe, but you guys guide this discussion and kind of guide this process. And so we want to help keep you safe, but we want this to organically happen in a way that feels comfortable to you. So if that's something you're comfortable saying, I prefer candidate 1, prefer candidate 2, prefer candidate 3. Right now, I think, as the chair's noted, there's probably a leaning towards rank 1 and rank 2. And if that's all people felt comfortable with for the round 1, and then we can determine what 3, 4, and 5 look like, I think that's totally acceptable too. There's not a right or wrong answer there.
I think, from our, Ms. Hall, we had a wide conversation here, and I think in all fairness, Mr. Clossy was our third preferred candidate, right? And so, but I yield to the board if there's additional conversation or comments here, but I see here nodded heads, but we made that agreement. It's certainly not just about one voice or one opinion, but that as a board, we had preferred candidate 1, 2, and 3. Am I echoing sentiments of the general body? Ms. Ross, anyone else?
Madam Chair, if
Yes,
I may.
Mr. Alex
You
Dickerson.
it would be best to have a vote on a formal vote since you're empowering them to go through the process of 1 through 3.
Yes, absolutely. Ms. Ross.
I'd like to make a motion that our top 3 candidates, 1, Wheaton, 2, Queen, and 3, Clossy.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. It was second. Mr. Sweeney, focused discussion. Anyone? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone nay? Abstentions? The motion passes. Thank you very much, board. Thank you to Ms. Hall, Ms. Hatley. You all continue to hear me sing their praises, but thank you for guiding us through this process. On behalf of the board, we certainly appreciate you and the man with the plan in the back who went and got us extra pizza back there. But to your entire staff, thank you so much. Anything that you all would like to share with us before about next steps?
Yeah, so our plan will be that we will engage employment discussions as soon as possible tomorrow morning with your preferred candidate. And as soon as we are, hopefully everything goes according to plan. And I anticipate that to be the case, but we will interface with your chair, and as soon as we have some kind of employment agreement, then we will communicate that out to the board so that you guys know. I think our game plan initially for you, if I'm sitting in your shoes, is to make sure we've secured our candidate and how quickly they can begin. Just because I think it's part of this same kind of relative conversation that we've been having. I do want to let you guys know that we have collected applications for the 3 other positions, as you are aware, that we posted directly after 2 meetings ago, your approval. So as we mentioned, the 5 candidates that were considered here did also apply for the assistant director position. We will, as quickly as the ED can start, begin the interview process for the assistant director, the senior legal advisor, and then the first investigator. I wanted to make an offer because it had been a concern, and we certainly want to support you guys in a way that you deem appropriate. This may help guide the discussion, but if there was interest, if a community oversight board member wanted to serve on any of those interview panels with the executive director, we could certainly do that. So if there was somebody who was interested in serving on the panel for assistant director, we could have 1 member for that one. We could have another member for the senior legal advisor. I feel like those were the other positions that the board really wanted to have engagement with. Obviously, Ms. Ross has had experience helping us cull candidates, and Mr. Campbell-Gooch has as well in a more formal capacity on the interview panel. So it would be in a similar capacity to Mr. Campbell-Gooch. But I think, I know it's been our experience, and I hope you guys feel the same way, that it's a valuable experience to have someone involved if that's something. Absolutely. And so if there was a volunteer for either or one of those positions, we certainly want to engage it. And if you want to volunteer now,
Ms. Hall, before we do that, I just want to clarify. So we're talking about both components for each role, right? So both the interview panel.
There will just be an interview panel for the remaining positions, which are all guided by civil service. So okay. The interview process and those provisions are a lot more guarded and equity-based. So there will be an interview panel But I think, to the board's point, I think you guys know the kind of makeup of staff that you're looking for, and I think you could help to offer valuable advice to the executive director who will be on the interview panel and the interview panel themselves about the will of the Community Oversight Board if there was a member present.
Right. And so the roles again, assistant director, the legal.
That's right. Assistant director, we could have one Community Oversight Board member for the interview panel on that, and then one for the senior legal advisor. Those were the positions I felt like you all had indicated were of interest to weigh in on.
So, thank you. No, I want to put to the board here, I would position us, I actually think, when and how, wherever we can be, at least one member represented on all of those roles. I'd like us to be there. If there's space and opportunity, because being an outreach junkie myself, I'm very interested in who's in that space. I'm not going to do it, but because I don't think that's proper. There's enough of us here, but I do think that if there's some love we can spread around, there's an opportunity for us to sit next to our ED and help him or her, right? And so for the assistant director role, I saw Mr. Martinez's hand, Mr. Sweeney, and then I'll come back. Yeah. And for either of them.
So the executive director chooses who to interview or who to advance to the interview stage for the assistant director position?
Kind of. Because of the civil service rules that apply to the remaining positions, there's actually a ranking and qualification round that happens internally with the Human Resources Department that's based on minimum qualifications and preferred experiences as outlined in the job postings. So some of that ranking and qualification process is happening and finalizing right now with our staff as an independent third party based on the postings of that job. And then the interview process itself will be an interview panel with the executive director, possibly a staff member of ours to round it out if necessary, and then we could have a community oversight board member as well. Typically, I wouldn't go much larger than probably 3. It could be pretty daunting for those positions, just overwhelming to the candidate that we're interviewing.
And how, if it will at all, will our deliberations be taken into account if one of those interviewees was an executive director interviewee?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
So if somebody who we were deliberating on is going to be interviewed for the assistant director position, how will our deliberations be taken into account? Will they be taken into account? Can they be taken into account?
They won't. And that's per civil service guidelines. You would, which is why we talk about making sure that things that are discussed are part of the interview process. So I think that's the reason why I brought this point back up, is because I want to make sure there's a voice heard from the Community Oversight Board on these positions, but it will be based, it will be like a whole new process started over.
Okay.
Mr. Sweeney?
Yes, when we were looking at the bylaws and drafting the bylaws, there was an open issue as to whether or not the board actually could be involved as the appointing authority for the, at least on the hiring side, if we chose on the hiring side of particular positions. And based upon everything that we've just gone through here, and where we've said these 2 positions of executive director and assistant or associate need to kind of match up to each other. I again want to present that issue. I think that I don't think that it's sufficient to make this decision without the board actually engaging in the discussion and the interviews with the final candidates for the position of number 2, and probably for counsel, who's going to advise the board. And that was an open issue that we left on the bylaws as we were drafting it through, and we examined it some to see whether it's feasible. And as I understand the advice we got, it is legal. It's unusual, but it is legal, because we are the appointing authority, or we can be the appointing authority. And therefore, as we said, it's important to get this right and get this pair right, certainly with the assistant, that I really think that the board should be directly involved in the hiring process.
Mr. Campbell-Gooch?
I'm leaning towards, after seeing how this process played out, us interviewing those 5 candidates, us sitting on the panel, ranking the 2 with me and the other 3 that were there, and then having to re-interview the 5. I'm kind of leaning towards what Sweeney just said, as far as continuity amongst board members. I know that's difficult to do, and especially with public meetings, and I don't know about the feasibility, but that's just how I'm feeling.
Ms. Ross?
I also agree, and I would like legal to look at the civil service rules and see if they could, our request fits in within those rules.
We've looked at that a little bit, but the issue's always been not from the legal side, but from the practical side, and the difficulties with open meetings, the difficulties with, I think Ms. Hall put it well last time we had this discussion about having more than one master. Obviously, if your executive director is in charge and the staff under him or her are going to feel bound to possibly answer to the board separately from the executive director. So there's some practical issues too.
Mr. Cooper?
I will respectfully disagree with the suggestion. I think we have selected an executive director to do just this role, which is to build out a staff, and we have selected someone who brings experience. I think that while that executive director should consult with us, we need to trust our executive director to fill out the staff. And the most important person working with the executive director is going to be the number 2, the deputy, to whom that person will delegate a lot of responsibilities. I think that council makes an excellent point that that deputy can't serve 2 masters. The executive director needs to have his confidence. He needs to have the executive director's confidence. I think it's appropriate for us to have a consulting role in this, but I don't think it'd be a good idea for us to go through the same interview process for the executive director.
Ms. Hildreth?
Thank you. When we first discussed the draft bylaw, I took the position that Mr. Cooper just articulated. The difficulty of 2 masters, that you hire an executive director and go forward. However, having gone through this experience and also listening to Mr. Sweeney and thinking about it, we're still in a different special place. It's almost like the very first time the 11 of us walked into the room. And remember, the whole problem was, where do we even sit and who gets to bang the gavel? I mean, there is something actually very unique about the first time, about standing it up. And right now, and we have been making the world that we're walking around in since our very first meeting. I think that we continue that process this one more time, that we are the creators of the executive director and the assistant because of the way in which we have expressed clear concern about balance, and we're looking at the opportunity for balance. We need to finish that. I would be in favor of asking legal to look at this and for us to understand and in fact agree that this would be a one-time only incursion onto what will otherwise be the singular role of the executive director. This is different, in my opinion.
I just want to say, if we do move forward with this, then in all fairness, we would have to truly, we'd have to communicate this appropriately to to Mr. Whedon, or to who, if, he's as our first selectee. Because coming into these interviews, we did convey something different. And I take both Mr. Cooper's point, and I also hear others as well here. But I try to sit in other chairs and think about what I would feel if I came in for ED interview and role. And as much as and I look, I hold this close to my heart as well, but at some point we're going to have to let this bird fly. And then when needed, bring it back. But I do acknowledge that we're in a very delicate difficult new space, right? So I'm not taking any position. I just want to be honest about, I think there's additional conversations here. And while the number 2 role is certainly important, I think there's some of us in here that might argue that senior legal role is equally as important role, right? And so where are we going to draw the line is where I'm asking. And so I hear the conversation about, well, 1 and 2 will certainly work close together. So, yeah, Mr. Campbell.
I do think this is an opportunity to build some relationship with the ED. And so if we are involved, I think it'll be an opportunity to also see how boards work in tandem with the executive director and how the executive director will communicate their needs and their wants to the board. And so I'm not really taking a position, but I do think that it's an opportunity to build relationship and get off on the right step when it comes to working together.
Mr. Sweeney.
I don't view this as a negative at all with the executive director. I view it as a positive, where we're selecting the first team of a new board, and these are the executives that are going to work as a group, and they're going to work with the board. And it's different if you have an ongoing organization and the executive director has been running it, and he knows it, and he knows how it's supposed to run, and he knows how it's been running. But here, we're constructing all of this on the fly, okay? And there's a lot of moving parts that are going on at the same time. And I think that it is important that we get this core team, these 3 people, as the right people situated to each other, and that we certainly, let the executive director know that we've got full faith and trust in him, but we're brand new and we're trying to figure this out, and we're trying to figure out what's the best group that works together, that taken as a whole with everything that we've been thinking about and going through and our ideas for trying to construct it, we'll get the best group that can move together most quickly. And therefore, I don't see it as a detriment. I agree it's highly unusual, and if it weren't a new board, I certainly wouldn't suggest it. But since it's new, I think it's great, and I think that the executive director can see how engaged we are to help him to get the right people, because at this stage, we probably know better than he does in a certain sense as far as the folks we need.
Mr. Sweeney's last line here, I'm going to say he or she because we're not settled here, although I know why we say he here, but about us knowing better. I think what we know better is we've had an opportunity to look across the space, and we also have discussed openly what strengths or weaknesses we see in our first electee. Where I stand is that, let's say we move forward and it was, as Mr. Cooper was saying, well, look, we trust this ED to do their job. I would say we would have to have a very honest conversation about here's where we see gaps in your portfolio. Here's what we need the number 2 to have, right? And so your board is telling you these are the kind of candidates you need to be looking for, right? Because you lack X, Y, and Z experience. I do take, however, Mr. Sweeney's point, and others here too, not to leave you out, but I guess because I can't see it in front of me, I don't know how we would function in that space. I want that ED to feel empowered, and not just on paper, in real life. If not, we are cutting them off before they begin. And I need them to know that we trust them. Right? We not to say they're not going to continue to earn trust, but we're giving them the A is for you, as teachers say, is for you to keep it, right? And so I ask us as a board to think about, what that path looks like for it. Yes.
Kind of building on what Chair just said, I think what makes a lot of sense is we figuring out one person and then having a conversation, that honest conversation on where the ED falls short and opportunities for growth, and then have that person thoroughly communicate to the ED that that's what the board sees. So the ED can then be empowered and also be armed with the opinion of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Kempagooch. Any thoughts or opinions about that? And we do need to make a decision about how we're going to move forward. I mean, we are in a good position here for our ED and how to move forward. I'm not getting off the subject, but I think this might help inform other decisions here. We do have a meeting on the calendar for April 9th, right? And that's next week.
Yep.
I want to talk to the board about this as an opportunity. We need a little bit of space and time here to allow the conversations that need to happen, that we're not going to move forward on road number 2 or 3 without our ED being present and in place. Right. The next biggest, slice of pie on our plate to take care of are the bylaws that we need to come back to and to have an informed discussion. We made some great progress, but we had to stop. We need to come back. I would like for us, and let me know if this changes things on your end, but I'd like for us to discuss or at least explore the opportunity for us to wait until our next meeting. And by that, I mean, I would love to hear a motion if everyone's in agreement of not, of essentially canceling our April 9th meeting and then waiting for our 4th Thursday of the month meeting, which I believe is April 25th, if I'm correct. But let me know if that throws things off, but at that time, we would talk about the bylaws and go through that and hopefully have a final vote. And then from there also, we would move forward with the number 2 and 3 road. Now, how we move forward with that, if that's empowering the ED or something else, we can continue to hash out. But I just wanted to know how the board feels about that. Ms. Ross.
I think that we should suspend our meeting until the 25th. And at that time, I know we have the Rules Committee and Policy Committees that possibly can meet during that interval.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ross. Let me put it to Ms. Hall and Ms. Hadley. The timeline I just shared, would that at all ruffle anything on your end? Would that still allow everything to move smoothly? I guess is my question.
So we couldn't do anything. So
Okay.
if we are, I shared significant concerns with the approach of having, splitting what is considered appointing authority for certain positions and certain roles, because I don't think that is at all legally supported, in my opinion, by the civil service rules. And technically, the Civil Service Commission is my employer. I report to the Civil Service Commission, so this is something that we do day in and day out, and I know that can be very confusing, and it wasn't applicable to this position. So just know that while I appreciate everybody's comments, and they are very significant and well-founded, I outlined significant challenges with an approach that way. That being said, I think the Community Oversight Board has the right to continue that bylaws discussion and really continue that discussion. If you need me to come back and share those concerns in depth like I did a couple meetings ago, I'm happy to do that. But in the meantime, we would get the executive director on board and we would simply pause on the other 3 positions. We wouldn't do anything with them and just communicate to the candidates that we're working with the board to determine the next interview steps and hopefully keep those candidates in the works during that delay. We try to keep it as shorter process as we can because there's a chance we lose candidates the longer and our process is not a really short process. So we really, I think people complain about just with all the civil service rules, the time to open and close, rank, interview, make decisions is a lengthier process. So there's a chance that we could lose it, but we would work hard to try to keep those candidates engaged and in the mix, and I'm definitely committed to that. But it means that we wouldn't really be able to start the process of the interview for those 3 positions until after decisions were made by the Community Oversight Board.
Thank you. Ms. Hildreth, Ms. Ross, and Mr. Swinney.
Thank you. So taking the counsel of our board members, if we take the approach of ensuring that the executive director is fully empowered to make this decision, but we also take the approach that we, as a board, speak with the executive director to apprise that individual of our concerns about our perceived opportunities for them to fill it in, what does that do to the timeline? What does that actually look like? We extend the offer, it's accepted. Then when do we meet with the executive director, even if it's by Skype, to have that conversation? And then when do you come back off of pause and continue with the search?
Depends on how that, it depends on how that communication happens. In order to avoid any kind of sunshine law violations, it could be just as easy as direct phone call conversations directly, individually by COB members directly to the executive director. You could, another option would be for comments to be submitted to us that we could funnel then to the chair. The chair, on behalf of the board, could have that direct conversation. And then in that case, if that person were empowered and not selected by the COB, as soon as they started, this would be kind of their first order of business, and we begin the interview process panel.
Ms. Ross?
How long did Mr. Weed state that it would take him once the decision was made? Do you remember?
On the initial questions that we sent out, he actually put down April 1st.
I remember him being one of the faster ones, surprisingly.
Mr. Sweeney and then Mr. Martinez.
Do I understand the process correctly as the way you propose it, though, that Mr. Whedon would have to be hired before the process would move forward anyway for the assistant?
Correct, and I would propose that as soon as we were able, if we were able tomorrow to secure an employment opportunity and agreement and he accepted it, it'd be as quickly as he got here to start. We wouldn't necessarily, I mean, if we said, hey, can you start next Monday? And he said yes, then we would be off running. Right. And we're prepared, you know, we had kind of contemplated, especially given the March 29th deadline and the ability to get the staff functional, we had kind of contemplated the first order of business was that we would immediately start, which is why we've already gathered candidates for those 3 positions, ranked them, and are ready for them to like look at candidates and say who we're going to bring forward to an interview process within the civil service rules. So, I mean, we would move as quickly as possible that first week or 2 of employment.
Did you say that we could or could not convey to Mr. Whedon our comments on the other people who we have interviewed and things that we think should be taken into consideration of them as candidates in the selection of the number 2?
I don't think you can share comments about this particular interview process, because it is a different position that they'll be applying for and interviewing for that is now governed by civil service provisions. And those civil service provisions, I'll be honest with you, if I'm sitting in your shoes, I completely agree with Mr. Sweeney's intent. The part that I have really paused about is not really the administrative burden at all on our office. It is how I reconcile what the civil service rules prescribe that those positions are then subject to.
That's why I think if it's legal, the board should be involved in the process, because even if we delegate it to one person, they can't employ or consider the information that we said this afternoon as we were discussing the candidate. What's important? That's very concerning.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Mr. Martinez.
I just wanted to bring up the last time Board Member Lewis asked Mr. Whedon how long it would take him to disentangle himself from his legal cases, and it was pretty unclear, so that might be an obstacle that gets in the way of him starting this week.
Thank you. Ms. Rosso, did someone over here, I had my head turned, so I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody on this side. No? Okay, so let me just try to bring all this together and understand where we're saying, because I want to make sure we are collecting Mr. Sweeney's point, which is the point of many people here. I guess we sort of need to, we don't know what we don't know, right? We don't know where Mr. Whedon's availability currently stands, or the winding down process, which is not always as quick as one might want it to be. And then thirdly, whether there's a need and how we come back together, right? Because if we as a board are saying, and I'm saying there's a consensus here that we want to be part of that process, then we are not going to wait until April 25th to do that, because it would not be in the best interest of moving with expediency here. So if we're saying we want the added responsibility, we're going to take with it the pace that it requires. So I'm open to dissenting opinions and want to hear it, but I don't think we can have our cake and eat it too here. So I'd love to hear where people stand on that as well. But again, I do want to know that Mr. Wheaton, I want to hear, I still can't see how we ensure the ED's voice is strong, as strong as our voice would be in this space, right? Do we pull a seat up for him right next to me, right next to Mr. Holloway? How do we engage them in this process is my question for folks here, or to anyone here. I don't know if council has ideas on this too.
I mean, if the board is going to engage in the process, or if it can be permitted to engage in the process, then I would say it'd be great to have Mr. Whedon up here sitting next to you and participating in the process. That's just a thought.
Leading the process.
Leading the process even.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be my, if he did, he would be sitting right next to the chair. And just as some of us are always pushing to the community voice first, we would have a process where we push to the ED's voice first. And then, like an onion, have community board members chime in, and then the rest of us stray cats, maybe once or twice say something. It's 8:30, people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
One of the points that, and if Alex can answer it now, great, and if it's something he needs to go back and research, I'm certainly respectful of that. It was one of the comments that has been made so far. Within the civil service rules, the hiring of the positions is really less of my concern. However, the civil service rules prescribe that the appointing authority is in charge of all the employment issues. And I don't know how legally we say, if the appointing authority is the board, in this case, how you differentiate those two positions from the other six. I also don't know how you would divvy out or expect otherwise that if there were any performance issues, any discipline issues, any employment-related issues, there are some pretty detailed prescribed rules. They are not at will, like the executive director. So to the extent that you felt like your assistant director or your senior legal advisor was no longer the right person for the job, through public meetings, you would have to systematically build your case on the deficiencies of those individuals in public forums like this. And that component of the process, and where we draw the line for Community Oversight Board, who's the appointing authority of this staff and that staff in the confines of the civil service rules, that's the part that gives me way more pause. I wish that there was an easy way for you guys to select and let the ED do everything else. And I just don't know how the civil service rules divide those duties the way that they're written.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Ms. Hildreth.
Ms. Hall, but I have a process question. Did we understand earlier that for these other positions, there will be an interview panel?
Yes, there is an
And those other entities will not be involved in managing, supervising, assessing, or disciplining if something goes wrong later, only the ED. We're just asking to extend the interview panel to include the 11 of us.
So using the same premise, then what that would look like is the interview panel is the Community Oversight Board.
Correct.
And the executive director is the appointing authority and will make the selection, not the Community Oversight Board.
Correct. Correct. I'm understanding that we just want to be in the room and to make sure that our questioning and that the deliberation becomes part of the fund of knowledge that is available to the executive director.
That's a possible theory to explore.
Thank you.
But the selection would have to be the executive director. The position would be that they are the appointing authority.
Absolutely.
Because these are civil service positions, there are mandatory requirements. On some people, you will have to interview. It will be likely lengthier than some of the meetings we've had. So because we likely will have more candidates, not necessarily hour-long interviews, but more candidates. If they're already civil service, they're in certain categories, they're going to come up, veteran preference. Those are things that are already prescribed for those. So it's going to look a little different. The volume likely is more as far as interview time. Timing-wise, I think we should be expected that if that's the case for however many positions you're doing that for, and I don't know if it's just assistant director or it's assistant director and senior legal advisor, that, we would have to have pretty long meetings. I would ask for consideration. We've had a lot of staff that have worked really hard, and we had the demands of all 60 departments in the metropolitan government, and we have a recruitment staff of 5. And I've got 2 of them here with me. And it is, they very willingly give this, but I need to also be considerate of the additional demands that puts on us. And I would ask if that were an approach and that if that was something that we discussed with legal and we felt was legally viable, that we would have to be considerate of the support it takes to have staff present for those, knowing that they're likely going to be lengthier and that we're staying here until 9 o'clock at night. We don't mind doing it on especially high-profile executive directors, but this is not, we don't have the capacity to provide that kind of support for our 70 boards and commissions and our 60 departments. So it's something administratively I would have to sort through and figure out if that's something viable we could do. But conceptually, what you're describing could be viable.
So, thank you. So, Mr. Sweeney, just one moment. In the interest of time, I'm going to put a bow around this, and then you all tell me if I need to unwrap it and do it again. This is what I hear. And thank you, Ms. Hildreth, for your points, and Ms. Hall for your response. We need a bit of time for both HR and legal to confer. I ask if you could please, once you've had an opportunity to speak, if you could reach out to me so that we can have a phone call, and your departments and myself. It seems as if we're still in a position where we would not need to have our April 9th meeting. I want us to remain nimble about what this ends up looking like. If the answer comes back and it is not something we agree with, I can promise you we will ensure that our ED hears our collective voices around what skills a number 2 needs to have, right? And so, but we will keep in mind the general consensus here is that we want to ensure the board is a part of the panel. So let's figure out how we get there. And if we can get there. And Ms. Hall, I'm happy I extend myself so we can look at what this calendar looks like. First things first is how we extend this offer to our first selectee. And if we could just find time, and I know you will reach out to me, I'd just like to know where we stand, because that may put us in a different position and everything else we're planning for. Mr. Sweeney, I'll go to you. Is there anything else, though? Because I think with that, that answers all of our questions. And thank you, Ms. Hildreth. I was thinking that to the executive committee, we haven't met in a while, and perhaps we use that April 9th date to come together. Again, the meeting will be open to the public, but let's use that space. There are things that I need to make sure we go through that I've been putting on the back bench. Mr. Sweeney, and then I have one announcement, and then you all can go home before we all turn. Go ahead.
It was only the hiring that was my concern, and only hiring at this point for these two people, in my view. In discussion with council, it was my understanding that a possible way to do it is that for the purpose of hiring, we would be the appointing authority, and then after they were hired, we could delegate down the appointing authority power to the executive director. And the executive director would then be the appointing authority for everybody, for everything going forward. Okay? That was a possibility. But Ms. Hildreth's ideas as far as the new executive director being the one to hire, and we're just here questioning, and here's all our concerns, that also addresses my concern.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Last point here, I hope I want to raise, so for everyone to hear, so April 11th, 8 a.m. is the meeting, the next meeting for the body camera policy and conversation. I am on that meeting invite. However, I must be out of town for work, and so Mr. Campbell Gooch, I think in just line of succession, would attend on our behalf, and we'll connect to make sure that works for your calendar. And Mr. Floyd, if you could loop him in on that invite, I'd appreciate it. If anything changes on my end, I'd certainly let you know, but for what it seems like right now, I'll be in air at that time. And then also for our bylaws, and also, it's our bylaws and our rules committee. Yes. If you could make sure you communicate to Mr. Floyd as well when you will be meeting, so that we could all be aware. At this point, I'd love to receive a motion that we, and we can use whatever verb you'd like, but essentially we are canceling our April 9th board meeting, and we'll reconvene on April 25th. I'll hear a motion.
So moved.
Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. Sweeney. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. And nay. Abstentions, the motion passes.
Madam Chair, can I chime in for a second?
Yes, sir.
This guy.
I didn't even know you had a mic.
I do. And as a point of clarification, it was my understanding that the board was going to meet on the fourth Wednesday of every month. That would be the 24th.
My apologies, yes. Thank you, Mr. Floyd. April 24th, not 25th. Yes, the fourth Wednesday will be, sorry for the scare.
And movies coming out, I got to see that.
Oh, yes, no, good luck. So April 24th on the Wednesday will be our next meeting. I'll share out where the location will be. Is there any additional new business or announcements? The time? Yes, so the April 24th meeting will have our usual 4 p.m. time. And I've made a commitment to Ms. Marsh. I'm going to try to get you all out of here at the time that's on this agenda. Feel free to boot me as your chair the 6 months. I'm counting these months, by the way. But anything additional, Mr. Sweeney?
Yeah, one thing. The Rules Committee, we met and we started the process and all of that, and then we realized that the board hadn't appointed a chair. The Rules Committee has recommended that I serve as chair, and I'm more than glad to do it, but it's a matter for the board to decide.
I'll hear a motion. Mr. Martinez, seconded.
Second.
By Mr. Campbell Gooch. All those in focused discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Nay? Abstention? The motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Sweeney, and thank you. You're as the chair of our Rules Committee. Any additional new business or announcements? If not, I'll hear a motion for us to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by everybody, and seconded as well. All those in favor? Let's say aye, nay, abstention. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great evening.
And HR will take the binders.
Thank you. And please pick up some pieces on your way out, please.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.